Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're listening to The Hour of the Time. I'm William Cooper. In case some of you have lost track of what's been happening, the live broadcast of The Hour of the Time, Monday through Friday, will occur at 8 Pacific, 11 Eastern. The following day, at 3 Pacific, 6 Eastern, that broadcast will be rerun. At 8 Pacific, 11 Eastern, we're also broadcast on WRMI 9.955 megahertz worldwide shortwave radio. And between both times, we are carried by over 700 low-power FM stations across the nation and around the world. Now, tonight I'm going to be giving you I'm going to be reading to you from something that I'm really not supposed to have here. And I think it's going to make some members of the Brotherhood extremely angry that I do have it, and that I'm going to read to you from it. The only problem in my mind is, where in the world do I start? This will, of course, illuminate you and bring you the true meaning of the lost word, the lost light, the secrets hidden behind the veil. Some of you may not have the slightest idea of what I am speaking. Others of you who have been listening to this broadcast for quite some time know that this is the ancient secret doctrine of the mysteries. Now, I find it quite remarkable that the actual doctrine of the ancient pagan religions and the mystery schools is quite different from the propagandized and, again, deceptive teachings that are given to the initiates of the secret fraternities, the Illuminati, today. In fact, it has once again been twisted and turned in order to deviate people from truth, or from ever knowing the truth about what people thought was true, and what may be true, and what may not be true, to something that promotes, again, a political agenda. The political agenda is socialism. It is communism. It is trying to take us back the way that the world should never go. And the end result, of course, would be total control and manipulation of every single human being on the face of this earth, from birth to grave, every single moment of their lives. But you see, even though the ancient pagan religions and the ancient mystery teachings may not be true, there is always the possibility that some of those teachings may be true. And there is also the possibility that most of the modern great religions and churches may be just perversions of that ancient mystery religion. In fact, I can guarantee you that many of them absolutely are, and it can be proven without a doubt for those who wish to study the subject. Religion, from the very beginning of man, has been a method for a few to control many. Now, I'm not telling you that you should or should not believe in any religion. If you know me, folks, you know that I believe in freedom. I believe in freedom of choice. I believe in freedom to worship whatever you want to worship, even if it's a rock on the side of the road. I don't care, as long as you don't hurt the person or property of any other human being. I would hope that along the way you would hear me or someone else who is imparting truth or trying to impart truth, because truth is sometimes elusive at best. And sometimes even when we believe that we have the truth, sometimes we again have been misled. We've all been through that many times. And me probably more than most, because I have been on a quest for the truth for so many years that I don't even remember when I started, ladies and gentlemen. And it is amazing where that quest will take you. Most of you have been busy, embroiled in everyday life, embroiled in entertainment, in satisfying your senses, in falling in love and procreating and making a family and getting a job and making sure that you have enough money to feed that family and house that family. And you've been taught by many different people, starting with your parents, that that's all that life is really all about, and that you really weren't capable of doing much more than that anyway. And somehow you believed it along the way, and so you got stuck in that. And so you may not have been searching as long or as hard as I have. You may not have been down some of the alleys and dead-end streets and almost fallen off of some of the cliffs that I have almost fallen off of, and on occasion actually fallen off of, only to always come back to the straight and narrow path. And so it would behoove you to listen with an open mind and try to learn something from this. For I'm not trying to tell you that what you're going to hear is right. On the contrary, I'm going to try to tell you that this is what it is, and many people believe it, or a perversion of it. And it is what guides them in their agendas. It is their religion. Whether or not they will admit it publicly, it is their religion. And that can also be documented in their own words. So, I think I'm going to start in the middle of this. I'm not going to tell you what it is. And that's a deviation from normally what I do. But as I said, folks, I'm not supposed to have this. And this is not something that is let out of the clutches of the brotherhood too often or willingly. And so I must be very careful with how I handle this and how I impart it, and how much about its true nature and its source and origin as I can possibly be. And so I will. So I'm not going to ask you to trust me that this is true. You know my admonition. Listen to everyone, read everything, believe absolutely nothing or anyone unless you can prove it in your own research. That is an absolute necessity in this age of deception. And look, folks, it is, without any doubt, the greatest age of deception that has ever existed on the face of this earth. Because I can tell you, quite frankly, that from the very beginning, when one man learned that he could control other men by deceiving them, deception has been rampant in this world. And if you ever thought that you lived in a world where everybody around you was honest and telling you the truth, and these people that you have in government are always telling you the truth, then you haven't grown up yet. You're still living as a child. And that's got to change very quickly. If you want to survive this great battle that is raging, ladies and gentlemen, and the great battle is raging. It's a war, as a matter of fact. And it is a quiet war, which mostly uses silent weapons, but nevertheless, it is a war. And there are casualties, and there is violence in this war, and people are destroyed. Whole families and populations are destroyed. And so, without further ado, we will get into the meat of the matter after this short intermission, which will sort of lay a little groundwork here. Now, ladies and gentlemen, during this narrative, remember that I am reading from an esoteric revelatory book that it can only be found in the hidden libraries of the fraternal orders around the world, the secret societies which at the very top hide the full body of adepts known as the Illuminati. So pay very close attention, and you're going to learn an awful lot about what makes them tick over the next few broadcasts. and why they do and believe some of the things that they do and believe, and why they hate you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, if you want to talk about hate crimes, these people are up to their ears in hate crimes. I begin. Little could the ancient mythologists and sages have foreseen that the fabulous narrations which their genius devised to cloak high truth would end by plaguing the mind of the Western world with 16 centuries of unconscionable stultification. They could not possibly imagine that their allegorical constructions to dramatize spiritual truth would so miscarry from their hidden intent as to cast the mental life of half the world for ages under the cloud of the most grotesque superstition known to history. Nor could they have dreamed that the gross blindness and obtuseness of later epochs would cite these same marvelously ingenious portrayals as the evidence of childish crudity on the part of their formulators. Who could have suspected that a body of the most signal instrumentalities for conveying and preserving deep knowledge ever devised by man would become the means of centuries of mental enslavement? Nothing more clearly evidences the present age's loss of fixed moorings in philosophical truth than the inconsistency of its attitudes toward the sacred scriptures of antiquity. The general mind, indoctrinated by priestcraft, regards them as infallible revelations and holds them as fetishes, which it were a sacrilege to challenge, while theological scholarship hedges from pious veneration of them over to outright skepticism of their divine origin, swinging more recently to a view which takes them to be the simple conceptions of men just emerging from cave and forest barbarism. The character of divine dictation and absolute wisdom assigned to them on the one thesis has yielded to that of ignorant speculation of primitive folk on the other. That there is a possible truer characterization of them lying midway between the extravagances of these two extreme views has not seemed to come through to intelligence at any time. It has not occurred to students of religion that ancient scripts are the work neither of supreme deity on the one side, nor of groping infantile humanity on the other, but that their production must be sought in a region intermediate between the two. They came neither from supernal deity nor from common humanity, but from humanity divinized. They were the output of normal humans, graduated to divine or near divine status. St. Paul's, quote, just men made perfect, end quote. Their divinity is therefore not transcendent and exotic, and their humanity is not crude and doltish. They bear the marks, therefore, of human sagacity exalted to divine mastership. When a student graduates creditably from a college, he is presumed to have acquired a mastery over the field of knowledge covered in his course. Human life is a school, and why should not its graduates be presumed to have gained mastery over the range of knowledge which it covers, and to be able to write authoritatively upon it? Humans must at some time attain the goal, the prize of the high calling of God in Christly illumination, the crown of glorious intelligence. Life's school issues no diploma of graduation without attainment, for the graduation is the attainment. We have here the ground for the only sane acceptance of the ancient scriptures as books of accredited wisdom. We are neither asked to believe them inscribed by the finger of omnipotent deity, nor forced to attribute them to the undeveloped brains of primitives. They can be seen as the products of the sage wisdom garnered by generations of men who had finally risen to clear understanding. They are the literary heritage bequeathed by men grown to the stature of divinity. Their veneration by the world for long centuries, even carried to the extreme of outrageous sycophancy, attests an indestructible tradition of their origination from sources accredited as divine and infallible. Their successful hold on the popular mind for many ages bespeaks also the unshakable foundations of their wisdom. They have withstood consistently the test of generations of human experience. Their wisdom holds against life. It reigns true, and it is all the more precious to us because of its authorship by men of our own evolution, since thereby it does not miss immediate pertinence to our life. Both the conventional views of Bible authorship have militated against the possible high service of the Scriptures to mankind. The theory of their divine dictation to holy men of old has led to the abject surrender of the rational mind before their impregnable fortress of direct assertion, its hypnotization by a fetish, and the crippling of its native energies. The theory of their production by early crudity tends to the disparagement of the value and validity of their message. The other view here advanced preserves their venerated authority, while it brings their authorship from alleged cosmic divinity back to men of earth. It saves us from the fatuous claim that God took time out to dictate a volume of absolute verity for the inhabitants of a minor planet amongst millions of trillions of such worlds. Relieving us of the necessity of asserting that supreme deity went into the book publishing business on this globe and took advantage of his commanding position to write the planet's bestseller, it preserves mental integrity by enabling us to assign scriptural authorship to human agency, where it alone is acceptable. It is understandable that evolved men with vision opened to knowledge of the laws of life would indite sage tomes for the enlightenment of those less advanced. In any case, the Bibles are here. They must be accounted for. The phenomenon of their existence among the nations, their hoary age, their escape from destruction through the centuries, the ineradicable tradition of their divine origin and authority, their almost universal veneration, must all find some factual ground of explanation. The theory offered in refutation of the two conventional ones seems the only one that provides such a rational and acceptable basis. And since the belief in their sacredness generally persists, it cannot be regarded as less than momentous that the world should know of a surety that, while these revered relics are not the voice of the personified cosmos, neither are they the mere speculative romancing of cavemen or scholastics. They are the sure word of perfected wisdom. There was a time, then, in early human history, when enlightened men possessed true knowledge, the passport to wisdom. Clear and concise answers to the profoundest problems of philosophy were known. Insofar as the human intellectual faculty is capable of it, an understanding of the mystery and riddle of life itself and the laws of its evolutionary unfolding was achieved by men who, as Hermes says, had been, quote, reborn in mind, end quote. Philosophy was no more, quote, speculative enterprise, end quote, or tilting at logical windmills. It was a statement of the fundamental archai, or basic principles of the science of being. It formed the groundwork for the elevation of theology to its true place as the king of sciences, or the kingly science. Together, philosophy and theology held the throne in the mental life of mankind, and justly so, for a reason which modern thought would do well to consider. They must ever be the ultimate science because they motivate finally the use we make of all other sciences. They hold final answers to all life's problems. They are the determiners of all human action in the end. They alone can direct man finally to the path of good, or by no other means can he learn to know what constitutes the good. The sore need of the world today is the restoration of philosophy to supply the proper motivation and end of action. Though zealously guarded from the unworthy by its accredited custodians, knowledge was extant in the ancient day. Modern zeal for publicity finds it hard to understand why it was so sedulously kept esoteric. Briefly, for the full reason is a lengthy matter, a thing so precious, the distillation of ages of experience and the deposit of many lives of painful earning could not be given out loosely to the undisciplined rabble to be violated and despoiled. Yet it was withheld from no worthy aspirant. No bars of bigotry or persecution interdicted its free culture. The societies in which it was secretly pursued were honored by kings and the populace alike. That halcyon age passed. That priceless legacy of knowledge was threatened with extinction. Its pursuit was forbidden. Its devotees assailed and exterminated. And for more than 15 centuries, the Occidental world has muddled through its age-to-age existence in nearly total ignorance of the fact that antiquity held in its philosophy and theology an adequate answer to the great interrogatory, the Sphinx riddle of human life. And as an aside here, folks, I have discussed the riddle of the Sphinx on past broadcasts, and I have told you the truth about what the Sphinx represents. And those of you who are quick and understood the symbology will make that connection again here. I continue. The gift and then the loss of primal wisdom are the two most momentous events in human history. This age will be spectator to the third most significant event, the renaissance of ancient culture. The plans of demigods and divine men, interrupted for 15 centuries of the Dark Ages, will move forward again toward destined goals, the completion of the great work. This age faces the denouement of a drama the like of which has not been unrolled in world history before and will hardly be repeated in aeons. Tragedy and comedy being copiously admixed in mortal existence, the astounding spectacle to which the world will shortly awake will exhibit untold calamity and the ludicrous conjoined in incredible fashion. We are destined soon to pass from a stunning sense of tragic loss to a world-echoing burst of laughter. The sting of our realization of our duo-millennial loss will melt away under the dawning recognition of our previous unbelievable stupidity. We are in a little time to be made acutely aware of a situation that will become the butt of hollow mirth for ages to come. Other egregious follies of history can be accepted or extenuated to the point of being condoned and forgotten. But this colossal ineptitude, prolonged over 16 centuries, cannot escape being laughed at for centuries more. A joke owes its character to the miscarriage of the intended sense into something ludicrously different. This denouement will stand as the historical joke of the ages. No less than this quantity of hilarity can balance the weight of the tragedy which loads the joke at the other end. For the ludicrously different direction in which the intended sense of the great mythical religions and dramatic rituals of the past took its perverted course entailed as a consequence the greatest of all historical out of the miscarriage of the concealed meaning of the ancient spiritual myth. The transaction carried the form of a joke, but it also carried the substance of the most appalling terrorism in history. And this most calamitous of all blunders was the mistaking of religious myth, drama, and allegory for veridical history. The promise of our coming awakening. The promise of our coming awakening lies in the progress made and to be made in the study of comparative religion, comparative mythology, and comparative philology. What they will ere long make clear to us beyond further dispute is the most unthinkable fact that for 16 centuries the best intelligence of the West took the ancient sages' books of wisdom, which were in all cases the spiritual dramatizations of the experience of the human soul on earth, for objective historical narratives. The spectacle that will soon throw a world first into wonder, confusion, and dismay, and then into clownish laughter, is that of a civilization covering 1/3 of the globe, and boasting itself as the highest in culture in the historical period, all the while taking its moral and spiritual guidance for an aeon from a book or books of the true content and meaning of which it never for one moment has had the slightest inkling. You're listening to the Hour of the Time. I'm William Cooper, and I'm reading to you from a jealously guarded esoteric tome that comes right out of the heart of the mysteries. This is, ladies and gentlemen, what you're hearing and what you will hear over the next several broadcasts, the heart and soul of the truth of the mystery religions that gave birth to socialism, communism, humanism, and is at war, totally and completely at war with all the other religions of the earth. Their goal is to completely destroy all existing nation-states, all existing churches and religions, and to shackle the mob in a system of world totalitarian socialist government. And so you had better listen to this. The superior knowledge vouchsafed from early graduates in life's school to disciplined pupils in the mysteries of old was transmitted from generation to generation by oral teaching and preserved only in memory. But later, lest it be lost or corrupted, it was consigned to writing. Hence came the sacred books of Scriptures, holy writ of antiquity. So highly were they held in the esteem of early men that when in later days their true origin and character had been forgotten, they were exalted to the position of veritable fetishes and assigned a quite preternatural source and rating. Regarded as books of superhuman intelligence, men have in face of them practically set in abeyance their human reason and bowed to them as the oracles of absolute truth. This was natural and to a degree inevitable, but it spelled catastrophe to the general mental life of man by fixing upon him the basest hypnotization in all the annals of record, when a literal and historical instead of a purely spiritual and typical interpretation of the books was broadcast to general acceptance. The evidence is mountain high that the taking of ancient ritual dramas and scriptural myths for objective history and the figures in them for human persons has been the fountain source of the most abject corruption of man's mental forces since the race began. In mechanical exploit, This is an age of marvel, and credit for this type of achievement should not be withheld. In study of life and its objective powers, it has labored with wondrous accomplishment. In psychological delving into deeper phases of consciousness, it has begun a pursuit long neglected. But in religion and philosophy, it is one of the blindest of ages. It is not overstating the case to say that in these areas of human enterprise, the mind of this era still slumbers in a state of ineptitude and gross darkness, at least a degree or two below that commonly termed barbaric. At this moment, the common mentality of the day, led and fed by a compactly institutionalized ecclesiastical power, stands committed to ideas as to the origin, structure, meaning, and destiny of life, which have not been surpassed in crudity and chimerical absurdity by the tribes of the forest and the sea isles. Conceptions in theology, having to do with basic realities of man's relation to the universe, are still presented in pulpits, Sunday schools, and theological seminaries, which the uncorrupted native intelligence of children of 8 and 10 years shrinks from or accepts with startled dismay, to the subsequent confusion of their whole mental integrity. A scheme of explanation of cosmic processes and world design, of human and angelic relations, of the plan and purport of life itself, is advanced for popular acceptance, yet it is grotesque to common sense and fantastic to rational thought. Philosophy and religion are still propagated on the basis of a theology that is received without understanding by the common people, entirely repudiated by the intelligentsia, and brazenly dissembled by the very priesthood that lips its cantos and its oracles from Sunday to Sunday. In sum, it can be said without the remotest possibility of successful dispute that the general grasp of the mind of this age on philosophical verity and the truth of life, as preferred by orthodox religionism, is still steeped in the crassest forms of dark superstition, and this has been due to the miscarriage of ancient symbolism. History would seem to present a pattern of retrogressive current if it can be shown that this late epoch grovels in a mire of semi-barbaric philosophical grossness from which a former period was free. Degeneracy must have set in at some distant time and swept onward to this day, and such a phenomenon must have had its due cause. A great work of a learned author some years ago pointed to the approaching, quote, decline of the West, end quote. What has not been seen, however, is that the West has long been in decline, is at a low stage of decay, and has not risen out of the murks of the Dark Ages. This has come in the wake of causes long operative in the world situation, which have been overlooked or failed of discovery through an egregious obscuration of the vision of scholars since the early centuries. And if this failure of insight is not to be attributed to stupidity that is in itself beyond understanding, then it becomes necessary for the historian of these things to posit for it another cause, one that casts the dark shadow of sinister motive over the whole course of that historical enterprise in which sinister motive is of all places most unpardonable. Corruption in politics or in economic or social life can be understood in relation to the imperfection of human nature, and in a measure pardoned. But designed corruption in religion is shattering to the very foundations of human aspiration. It shocks and paralyzes fundamental urges to sincerity. It weights the human spirit with the hopelessness of its effort to conquer imperfection. Dishonesty and insincerity in worldly dealings may entail disaster of greater or minor degree. In religion, they are never less than fatal. There is one domain in which untruth is unsupportable, that field of the human soul's endeavor of which truth is the very substance and being. religion. Whether stupidity or sinister design prove to have been the cause of the loss of true original meaning must be left to the historical sequel to disclose. And whether the cause of the perpetuation of rank superstition in the present day of alleged enlightenment is to be laid at the door of ignorance or knavery, or a combination of both, must likewise be determined as time moves on. It is certain that both the primal and the present causes of nescience are kindred, if not identical. It is the purpose of the present volume to set forth to the modern mind the extent of the wreckage which splendid ancient wisdom suffered at the hands of later incompetence. And it is designed to accomplish this by setting up the sharp contrast between the present disfigurement and the past glory of the structure. This purpose entails the task of revealing for the first time the hidden meaning of the body of archaic scriptures by means of a clear and lucid interpretation of their myths and allegories, fables and dramas, astrological pictographs, and numerological outlines. It will be at once seen to be a labor of no mean proportions to convert the entire mass of antique mythology and legend, biblical glyph and cryptogram, from presumed childish nonsense into an organic corpus of transcendent scientific significance. It involves the reversal of that mental process which in the days of early Christianity operated to change myth and allegory in the first instance over to factual history. As third-century ignorance converted mythical typology to objective history, the task is now to convert alleged objective history back to mythology, and then to interpret it as enlightened theology. The almost insuperable difficulty of the project will consist in demonstrating to an uncomprehending world, mistaught for centuries, and now fixed in weird forms of fantastic belief, that the sacred scriptures of the world are 1,000 times more precious as myths than as alleged history. It can only be done by showing that as myths they illumine and exalt the mind to unparalleled clarity, while as assumed history they are either nonsensical or inconsequential. But centuries of erroneous indoctrination have so warped and victimized the modern mind that the effort to restore the scriptures to their primal mythical status will be met with the objection that the transaction will wipe the Bible and other sacred literature out of the realm of value altogether. In the common mind, this would be to rob them of worth and significance utterly. So wretchedly has the ancient usage of the religious myth been misunderstood that the cry, quote, "the Bible only a myth," end quote, will fall upon the popular ear with all the catastrophic force and finality of the tolling of a death knell. And no statement that words can phrase will stand as a more redoubtable testimony to the correctness of this estimate of the present stupefaction of modern intelligence concerning religious philosophy than just this reaction. Ridicule, contempt, and flat rejection will be the greeting accorded the proclamation that biblical myth is truer and more important than biblical history. Our book aims at nothing less than the full proof of this contention. It flies directly in the face of the awaiting scorn of common opinion on the point at issue. Yet nothing is easier than to demonstrate that Bible material taken as history is the veriest nonsense. Anyone with an analytic mind and an imagination to convert its narratives into realism can make it a laughing stock. The Voltaires, Paines, Ingersolls, and the freethinkers have done this successfully enough. But having disproved it as history, they have not redeemed it as spiritual mythology. The world awaits this work of interpretation, and only when it is supplied will the full force of the tragic humor of mistaking drama for history be grasped. The loss or corruption of the philosophical interpretation of ancient scriptures precipitated the West into the Dark Ages, and a main factor in this disaster was a general obscuration of intelligence concerning the myth. Catastrophe was made the more readily possible because the rationale of the use of the myth in ancient hands passed from knowledge. When the recondite suggestiveness of the myth was lost, the inner essence of esoteric wisdom was dissipated away. Philosophy died out, and, bereft of its inner soul, the myth came to stand as the mere ghost of itself. With its hidden significance gone, it read nonsense and caricature, and so it has stood till this day. The word connotes in the popular mind of the present something about equivalent to fairy tale, a fiction little removed from a hoax. It is something that is sheer fanciful invention. To declare a narrative formerly believed to be true only a myth is to toss it out on the rubbish heap as a thing no longer of value. And this attitude of mind toward the myth is itself the sign and seal of the decadence of this age, and truly the mark of the beast. For ancient sagacity could hardly have assumed that any succeeding age would prove so obtuse as to take the outward form of its spiritual allegories for factual occurrence, or suppose that their formulators believed them to be true objectively. To be sure, they are fanciful creations and entirely fictitious. They are fables of events which as events never happened. The aim was never at any time to deceive anybody. It was never imagined that anybody would ever believe them. Nevertheless, the myth was designed to tell truth of the last importance. Its instrument was fancy, but its purpose was not falsehood, but sublime truth. Outwardly, it was not true, but at the same time, it portrayed full truth. It was not true for its characters, but was true for all mankind. It was only a myth, but it was a myth of something. It used a false story to relate a true one, and thus maintained the secret doctrine within the brotherhood, while those who read it, who were not initiates, never saw the truth of the myth. While it never happened, it is the type of all things that have happened and will happen. It is not objective history, but it embalms the import and substance, the heart's core of all human history. Such authors as Spengler and Lord Raglan have begun to see that the ancients regarded it of far less importance to catalog the occurrences of objective history than to dramatize its inner spirit. The outward actions of humans are in the main trivial, because they constitute in the end only a partial and ephemeral account of the whole verity. Ancient literature aimed at something infinitely higher and more universal. It strove to depict in the myths and dramas the eternal norms of life experience, which would stand as truth for all men at any time in evolution. The myths were cryptographs of the great design and pattern of human history, lining in the large the truth that is only in fragmentary fashion brought to living enactment in any given set of historical circumstances. The myth is always truer than history. Only in aeons will history have caught up with the myth, when it will have unfolded the entire design of the original mythograph. Hegel indeed essayed to read the features of a grand cosmic design in the straggling line of actual events, but the myth already foreshadows the ultimate meaning of history. Now, such being the portentous function of the myth in the early stages of the life of humanity, it becomes in some degree apparent what blindness must have fallen upon the mental eye of practically a whole world to have blotted out in little more than a single century the knowledge of a thing of such vast utility. No matter how conclusively the data may prove the fact, it will probably remain forever incomprehensible to unstudied folk that whole bodies of ancient mythology and spiritual typology suddenly became metamorphosed into alleged history. It is incredible enough in all conscience. It has been the supreme tragedy of history, and because it ensued through sheer gaucherie and clumsy, loutish dumbness, it will, as predicted, rise on our horizon as the supreme folly of the ages. When it is realized that an early gift of divine wisdom planned to aid the race fight through the exigencies of its historical evolution, totally miscarried into tragic nonsense through the simple mistake of taking spiritual allegory for literal history, a humiliated world will find difficulty in ridding its memory of this preposterous blunder. And that's as far as we can go tonight, folks, because we're just about out of time. We will continue tomorrow at the same time, 8 Pacific, 11 Eastern. And of course, this broadcast tonight will rerun tomorrow at 3 Pacific, 6 Eastern, and it will not be on shortwave. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that you learned a little bit tonight, and that you will continue to learn from this in future broadcasts, and that you are taking in the spirit that it is intended to educate you as to what the secret doctrine really is. You see, Blavatsky is one of the propagandists, one of the deceivers, one of the manipulators. She didn't even come close. But you have to understand what Blavatsky wrote in order to understand secular humanism. Good night, and God bless each and every single one of you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're listening once again to the Hour of the Time, the only hour that ever was or that ever will be. This is the most important hour in your life. For during this hour, you will decide your future, and thus our collective futures. Tonight, once again, we will delve into the lost light, the lost word, as it's called, the great plan, the great work, the actual dogma, if you will, the actual true religion of the mysteries, the fraternal orders, the secret societies, which at the pinnacle of their pyramidal process of initiation lie the true and complete body of adepts, those known as the philosophers of fire, the illumined ones, or Illuminati. In the works that I will quote from, you will hear reference to the Illuminati from time to time. And when they mention the Illuminati, they are talking about their brothers or their superiors, the body of wise men whom are working behind the veil, behind the scenes, if you will, the 1,000 points of light, to bring about a utopian socialist world order. I would advise you not to believe anything that you hear on this broadcast, or any other broadcast for that matter, but to listen to everyone, read everything, believe absolutely nothing unless you can prove it in your own research. I also advise you to have pen and paper by your side, ladies and gentlemen, so you can take notes copiously if you expect to retain and understand, ultimately, any of what you are going to hear this evening. And for those of you who may have an inkling based upon your past study of our Mystery Babylon broadcasts, you will find great treasure. And I don't mean the kind of treasure that will cause you to switch religions or cause some dawning of some great truth to manifest itself in your mind, but will cause you a tremendous leap in understanding about where we are and where we're going, who is at the helm, and why they hate. And when I say hate, ladies and gentlemen, I am not mincing words. Why they hate you with a passion. I remind the listeners to this broadcast that this is not a religious broadcast. It is an illumination. A great man once said, "Seek ye the truth, and the truth will make you free." And so, with this series, I bring you the truth of a great secret in the world. At work constantly all the time. Only you, the profane, not understanding the language of this hidden work, this hidden manipulation, this great plan, stumble blindly through the forest, bouncing off of the trees. You don't know where you're going, you don't know where you came from, and you have no idea why you are where you are at. The Western world has too long infatuously labored under the delusion that a pious and devout disposition fulfills the whole requirement of true religion. Now, this is the belief of those who belong to the mystery religion of ancient Babylon, and that's exactly where this comes from. And you must understand that I'm quoting from esoteric works that you will not find in your local library, and I will be quoting from several of those works tonight. Ancient sagacity knew that piety without intelligence, or religion without philosophy, was insufficient and dangerous. It knew that general good intent was not safe from aberrancy, folly, and fanaticism, unless it was directed by the highest powers and resources of the mind. And the mind itself had to be fortified with specific knowledge of the nature of the cosmos and of man, and the relation between the two. Following the dictum of the sage Hermes Trismegistus, that, quote, "the vice of a soul is ignorance, the virtue of a soul is knowledge," end quote, the scriptures of old inculcated the precept that with all man's getting, he must first get wisdom and understanding. These were related to his well-being as health to his navel and marrow to his bones, and would alone give him a crown of eternal life. They were pronounced more precious than all the things that he could desire. The Council of Illuminati therefore laid down their system of cosmology and anthropology, which have become by immemorial tradition the Bibles of humanity, universally reverenced. In them were given the ordinances of life, the constitution of the cosmos, the laws governing both nature and mind. They still constitute the Magna Carta of all human action guided by intelligence. For they were the first institutes embodying the principia and fundamenta of all moral behavior, the only true chart and compass to guide human effort in a line of harmony with an overshadowing divine plan of evolution for the cosmos. The corruption and final loss of the basic meaning of these scriptures has been, in the whole of time, the greatest tragedy in human history. Like Shakespeare's tide, which, taken at the flood, leads on to fortune, but omitted, casts all the rest of life in shoals and quicksands, the wreckage of the esoteric gnosis in the centuries following Plato's day, culminating in the debacle of all philosophical religion about the 3rd century of Christianity's development, and ushering in 16 centuries of the Dark Ages, has thrown all religion out of basic relation to true understanding and caused it to breed an endless train of evils, fanaticisms, bigotries, idiosyncrasies, superstitions, wars, and persecutions that more than anything else blacken the record of man's historic struggle toward the light. The present, most frightful of all historical barbarities, owes its incidence directly to the decay of ancient philosophical knowledge and the loss of vision and virtue that would have attended its perpetuation. What, then, must be the importance of a book which restores to the scriptures of ancient wisdom the lost light of their true, original meaning? Well, in a very real and direct way, the salvation of culture and a free spirit in the world is contingent upon this restoration of the ancient intelligence to modernity. For man at this age has had new and mighty powers of nature suddenly placed in his hands, and yet lacks the spiritual poise and sagacity to use them without calamity. Most strangely, the control of the lower physical, natural, or brute forces by the mind or reason was the one central situation primarily and fundamentally dealt with in the sage tomes of antiquity. To effect that control in a perfect balance and harmony, and to train the reasoning intellect in the divine art of it, was the aim and end of the arcane philosophy. Ideology in the Western world has endlessly vacillated back and forth between the cult of the inner spirit and engrossment in objective materialism. Ancient philosophy taught that the true path of evolutionary growth was to be trodden by an effort that united the forces of the spirit with those of the world, the lower disciplined by the higher. The whole gist of the esoteric doctrine was the study and mastery of the powers engaged in working out the evolutionary advance, so that the aspirant might be able to align his cultural effort in consonance with the requirements of the problem and the end to be achieved. Now, without this guiding data and this evolutionary perspective, modern man is totally at a loss how to focus his endeavor, and is unable to point his direction in line with anything more fixed and basic than his next immediate objective of apparent desirability. He has neither a knowledge of his origin, a chart of his path, an inventory of his capacities, or a vision of his goal. Hence, he travels the long road, still a benighted wanderer without compass. He can but recoil from one mistaken plunge after another, learning sporadic lessons from pain and misfortune. The ancient torch that was lighted for his guidance he has let burn out. This lamp was the body of ancient philosophy. In this critical epoch in the life of the world, this broadcast proclaims afresh the message of lost truth according to the adepts, the Illuminati, of the secret doctrine of the mystery religion of ancient Babylon. Now, don't mistake what you hear on this broadcast for what I believe, ladies and gentlemen. That is not the purpose of the broadcast, and I can assure you that most of this, other than the fact that it is the truth of what the worshipers of this religion believe, I do not believe at all, I can assure you. Three ancient and long discredited sciences have had a surprising renaissance in popular fancy and scientific interest. You have heard it from me many times. One is symbolism, one is alchemy, another is astrology. The last has particularly come into a general vogue, but on a basis which still inclines conservative positivism in science and scholarship to regard it as allied closely with popular superstition. In its predictive or fortune-telling aspect, it is generally looked at askance. But there is another side on which it has pertinence and value that has not been recognized in the modern revival, and on which perhaps its most legitimate claim to consideration may rest. This is its function as symbolic theology. And in that manner, ladies and gentlemen, you can take it to the bank, but only if you understand the symbology. Unquestionably, according to the great adepts, cosmic operation, cosmic significance lie behind the 12 constellations of the zodiac and the 36 or more other stellar configurations. The planisphere, or chart of the heavens, was doubtless the very first of all Bibles, pictorially edited, not quite simply and directly, but intrinsically. All Bibles are amplifications and elaborations of the original volume of ideography, first written on the open face of the sky, charted in the zodiac and heavenly maps, and later transferred to earth and written in scrolls and parchments. It came about when man could not write, when man wished to express his feelings about life, about spirituality, about his origins, about the truths of life as he understood it, about his basic philosophy. And so not being able to put it down on paper or to etch it in stone in those early times, he outlined it in the heavens using the stars that floated above him, rising in the east and setting in the west, night after night after night, eon after eon, thousands of years, passed down by word of mouth, and then one day, etched in stone, transferred to paper, and then finally printed in a book. Man was instructed to fashion his new body of spiritual glory after the pattern of things in the heavens, the heavenly or zodiacal man, and a graph of the structure and history of this celestial personage was sketched by the enlightened sages in the configurated star clusters. Zodiac, you see, comes from the Greek word zodion, a small living image, signifying that it is a graph of the microcosmic life of man, which is cast in the form of the macrocosmic life of the universe, or, to put it in a manner that you may understand more readily, or of God. Man's own small body is a replica of this body of God, made in its image and likeness. And isn't that what the Bible tells us? The vast frame of cosmic man was outlined in the scroll of the heavens, the solar systems and galaxies being living cell clusters in his immense organism. A great deal of this adumbrated symbology, elucidating theological doctrinism, is set forth in the body of the series of broadcasts which will be presented to you over the coming nights and weeks, and it will take weeks. But there is a group of its data that strikes so deeply into the heart of general theology that it is given tonight, during this broadcast, right at the outset, for the sake of its overwhelming impressiveness. And it will also help you to understand all that follows. It must prove to be so conclusive an evidence that biblical theology rests more solidly than has ever been believed on zodiacal backgrounds that its presentation will be admittedly a matter of great moment for those who can grasp it. It traces the unsuspected significance of 2 of the 12 signs, Virgo and Pisces, in the very heart of New Testament narrative. Now let the reader picture before him the ordinary zodiac with the house of Virgo at the western equinox point and that of Pisces directly opposite on the eastern side. The simple fact that they stand 6 months apart will presently be seen to assume great importance in gospel determination. This exposition, ladies and gentlemen, must begin with the puzzling and hitherto unexplained item of ancient religious myth that the Christs, the Son, spelled S-U-N, gods, the Messiahs, all were depicted as having 2 mothers. Now how, you ask, could there possibly be rational significance in this? Well, it has been put aside as just some more of the mythical rubbish and nonsense of early paganism. You see, the profundity of pagan intelligence hiding sublime cosmic truth under glyph and symbol has not been dreamed of by the vast majority, and I mean majority down to almost the nth degree of all of the people who have ever lived who have not been indoctrinated into this religion through the pyramidal system of initiation. The depiction should not have created incredulity, seeing that the gospel Jesus himself, dramatic figure of the divine principle in man, announced it categorically in declaring to Nicodemus that, quote, "Ye must be born again," end quote. Born again signifies 2 births. 2 births means 2 mothers. Nicodemus asks if this means that we must enter a second time into our mother's body and experience a second birth in the natural manner. Jesus replies that we, quote, "must be born of water and the Spirit," end quote. Attention, ladies and gentlemen, must be directed a moment to the fact that the Latin word spiritus, translated spirit in many passages, means as well air or breath. One of the great keys to Bible meaning is the series of the 4 elements of ancient mythicism: earth, water, air, and fire. The body of the physical, or natural man, was conceived as being composed of the 2 lower, earth and water, while air and fire, representing mind and spirit, commingled to make the higher or spiritual man. Jesus' statement to Nicodemus, then, could have been rendered born of water and air, and John the Baptist uses 3 of the 4 elements when he states that he, the forerunner of the Christos, and therefore a type of the lower natural man, indeed baptizes us with water, omitting earth, but that there cometh after him one higher than himself, who shall baptize us with the Holy Spiritus, air, and with fire. Jesus thus affirms that we have 2 births, necessitating 2 mothers, and John the Baptist adds that we must have 2 baptisms. Since man's spirit is an indestructible fragment of God's own mighty Spirit, truly a tiny spark of that cosmic intelligence and love, which we call the mind of God, the ancients typified the divine element in man by fire, and in contrast, the lower or human element by water. The fiery soul of man, according to the adepts, is housed in a tenement of flesh and matter, which is 7/8 water by actual composition. the crossing of rivers and seas, and the immersion of solar heroes in water in olden mythologies, and the rite of baptism in theology, signified nothing beyond the fact of the soul's immersion in a physical body of watery nature in its successive incarnations. One of the prime tenets of the mystery schools is reincarnation. Now, once you understand thus far, now man is distinctly a creature compounded of two natures, a higher and a lower, a spiritual and a sensual, a divine and a human, a mortal and an immortal, and finally, a fiery and a watery, conjoined in a mutual relationship in the organic body of flesh. Says Heraclitus, man is a portion of cosmic fire, imprisoned in a body of earth and water. Speaking of man, Plato affirms, through body it is an animal, through intellect it is a god. To create man, God incarnated the fiery spiritual principle of his life in the watery confines of material bodies. That is the truest, basic description of man that anthropology can present. All problems spring from that foundation and are referable for solution back to it. And in past programs, we talked about this principle in the attempt to cast the molten sea. So man is then a natural man and a god in combination, according to this mystery religion. Our natural body gives the soul of man its baptism by water. Our nascent spiritual body is to give us the later baptism by fire. We are born first as the natural man, then as the spiritual, or we are born first by water and then by fire. Of vital significance at this point are two statements by St. Paul. Quote, "That was not the first which is spiritual, but that which is natural. And first that which is natural, then that which is spiritual." End quote. And again he says, quote, "For the natural man comprehendeth not the things of the Spirit of God, neither can he." End quote. Of course not. For he is not yet in that higher kingdom of evolution, and he must be transformed, transfigured, lifted up into a superior world of consciousness before he can cognize spiritual things. And evolution, they believe, will thus transform him, and nothing else will. So using astrological bases for portraying cosmic truths according to the adepts, the ancients localized the birth of the natural man in the zodiacal house of Virgo, and that of the spiritual man in the opposite house of Pisces. These then were the houses of the two mothers of life. The first was the Virgin Mother, Virgo, the primeval symbol of the Virgin Mary, thousands of years B.C. I repeat, thousands of years B.C. Virgo gave man his natural birth by water and became known as the Water Mother. Pisces, on the other hand, the fishes by name, gave him his birth by the fish and was denominated the Fish Mother. The Virgin Mothers are all identified with water as symbol, and their various names, such as Mary, spelled M-E-R-I, Mary, spelled M-A-R-Y, Venus, V-E-N-U-S, which literally means born of the sea foam, Tiamat, Typhon, or Thala, all Greek for sea, are designations for water. On the other side, there are the fish avatars of Vishnu, such as the Babylonian Ionis, or Dagon, and the Assyrian goddess, Atargatis, was called the Fish Mother. Virgo stood as the mother of birth by water, or the birth of man the first, of the earth, earthy. Pisces stood as the mother of birth by spirit or fire, or the birth of man the second, described by St. Paul as, quote, the Lord from heaven, end quote. Remember, I told you on many broadcasts ago that Paul was a member of the mystery schools. There's no doubt about it. Anyone who has studied the symbology and the teachings of the mysteries can read the life of Paul and the letters and see scattered all throughout this secret doctrine. Virgo was the water mother of the natural man, Pisces the fish mother of the spiritual man. So there must now be brought out an proceeds in and from water. All first life originated in the seawater according to the theory of evolution, and these people are the ones who brought that about. The fish is a birth in and from the water, and it stands patiently, patently, as the generic type of organic life issuing out of inorganic. The fish typifies life embodied in a physical organic structure. Organic life is born out of the water and is the first birth, child of the water mother. And if organic life is in turn to become mother, its child will be mind and spiritual consciousness, son of the fish mother. In brief, water is the mother of natural physical being, and organic structure becomes the later mother of divine mind. Now, strangely enough, water is the type of another thing, which is still more germinal of life, namely, matter. You see, matter is the virgin mother of all life in the aboriginal Genesis. All things are generated in the womb of primordial matter, the old genetrix of Egyptian mythology, and it is by a consideration of the nature of matter and its evolution that we are enabled to arrive at last at the true meaning of the double motherhood of life. For oddly enough, matter is seen to exist in two states, in each of which it becomes mother of life at two different levels. According to the mysteries, primordial matter, the sea of, to us, empty space, is the first mother of all living forms. This is the primal abyss of the waters in Genesis. The Latin word for mother is our very word matter, with one T left out, spelled M-A-T-E-R. And how close to M-A-T-E-R is water, and organic structure is the second mother, parent of spiritual mind. The ancient books always grouped the two mothers in pairs. They were called the two mothers, or sometimes the two divine sisters, or they were the wife and sister of the god under the names of Juno, Isis, Ishtar, Sybil, or Mylitta. In Old Egypt, they were first Apt and Neith, and later Isis and Nephthys. Massey relates Neith to net, in effect, fishnet. Clues to their functions were picked up in the great Book of the Dead. Quote, Isis conceived him, Nephthys gave him birth, end quote. Or, quote, Isis bore him, Nephthys suckled him, end quote, or reared him. Now, the full sense of these statements was not discerned until they were scrutinized in the light of another key sentence which matched them. Quote, Heaven conceived him, the Tuat brought him forth, end quote. With this came the flash of clear insight into the mystery. For that which is to eventuate in the cycles of evolution as divine mind and an organic creature, man, is aboriginally conceived by divine ideation in the innermost depths of cosmic consciousness, or in the purely nominal world, or again, in the bosom of infinite spirit, where spirit is identical with pure, undifferentiated matter. This is mirrored in the Egyptian statement that Isis conceived him. Matter, in its invisible, inorganic state, was the womb of the first conception. You see, Isis is a virgin, in effect pure matter, or matter sublimated to spiritual tenuity. The Tuat, on the other hand, is really earth, as the type of physical matter, or matter organic, aggregated into substantial forms called by us physical matter. It is matter as substance, constituted and existent in the visible world in structural forms. Isis was matter subsistent as empty space, and Nephthys was atomic matter constituent of visible structural forms. The physical worlds, which we must now think of as floating in the sea of empty space, like fish in the water, are the second form of matter, and their organic bodies of substantial matter give birth to the Logoi in the solar systems and to the Christos in man. This is another one of their basic tenets, that there is a Christ in every man. So divine spirit is conceived in the womb of Isis, the first universal mother, and brought to birth in the womb of Nephthys, the second mother. The immediate incubator and gestator is manifest expression. Now, one might paraphrase this situation by saying that a human child is first conceived in the love or mind of its parents, and later born from the womb of its physical mother. Thus life has two births, and must of necessity have two mothers. Life is spiritually conceived and materially born. Or, man may be said to be born as a natural creature from spirit into matter, and born later as a spiritual God when he emerges from his baptism in the water of the body and re-enters the bosom of his Father. Or finally, he is born first as man by water, and reborn later as God by fire. And the first birth was depicted as taking place on the western side of the zodiac, in the house or womb of the Virgin Mother, Virgo. Because in the west, the sun, universal symbol of spiritual fire, descended into organic matter in its setting, or incarnation. So man is born as natural man on the west, to be regenerated as spiritual man on the east after having traveled through the underworld. Spirit's descent on the west makes it man. Its resurrection on the east, like the summer sunrise, makes it deity again. It was a great misconception, ladies and gentlemen. This is from my own knowledge and scattered throughout this teaching is my own knowledge. It was a great mistake for those who discovered the Egyptian Book of the Dead to believe that it was about the dead. In fact, it is the map of the journey of the soul according to the ancient mystery religions. As the soul descended into matter, into water, it died. It suffered a death. It journeyed through the underworld, here on this earth, living in a human body, in what they called Amenta, or hell. And then the soul was reborn again. First it was died in the body, but the body was born a living human being. And then when the body died, the soul was reborn and ascended again to unite with God and get ready for another incarnation. And during each incarnation, the soul suffered 2 deaths and 2 births from 2 mothers, and gained experience and knowledge and wisdom through its life, usually signified by a 3-day period in Amenta, or hell, which was, and still is, in the mysteries, this earth. The soul could die in this process and not regain reunion with its Father or the whole simply by allowing the base nature of the animal in man to take over and rule or conquer the soul. That is why in ancient times, if one wished to become more spiritual, one would voluntarily have himself, or do it himself, neuter. And this was normally only done with males. I don't know of any instances where females neutered themselves, but it was common practice for those who considered themselves to be of the spiritual realm to castrate themselves. And so, we take a little pause here so that I can have a drink of water. So just to recap a little, Spirit's descent on the west makes it man. Its resurrection on the east like the summer sunrise makes it deity again. You see, they believe that all things stem from the one thing which was all that there was in the beginning, and that even rocks and trees and dirt and water and meteorites and water faucets all have a spark of divinity within them, and that they all have a chance in the next life to rise above that stage of evolution or reincarnation, which is a form of evolution, into a higher form, and eventually, if they learn the proper lessons, will become a permanent part, residing always with God. At that point, they become an ascended master, and can, according to the Illuminati, come back down to this earth to help humanity in its evolution as gods. Literally, they believe, as gods. This is the death and resurrection of the God in all religions. It is incarnation and return to spirit. It is the descent of the Messiah into Egypt and his exodus back to Canaan. A further scrutiny, ladies and gentlemen, of such data brings to light links of connection with the Bible. You can't get away from it. It's there. The chief one is found in the symbol of bread in connection with both Virgo and Pisces. Pisces is the house of the fishes by name, but it is not commonly known that Virgo in astrological symbology was the house of bread. Now, this is indicated by several items of ancient typology. Many centuries ago, in the precession of the equinoxes, the end of the year was marked by the position of the great dog star Sirius, mighty celestial symbol of the divinity in man. Precisely at midnight of December the 24th, it stood on the meridian line from the zenith to Egypt. At the same moment, there arose on the eastern horizon the constellation of the Virgin, bearing in her left arm the Christ child, symbol of the Christhood coming to function in man, and in her right hand the great star Spica, which is Latin a head or spike of wheat, symbol of that same divinity coming as celestial food for man, food for the spirit. It must ever be remembered that the gospel Jesus told us we had virtually to eat his body as food and drink his blood if we would inherit eternal life. So typism represented him as coming in the form of man, the babe Christ, and as food for man, the wheat. John speaks of the Christ principle in the words, quote, "This is that bread which came down from heaven, that if a man eat of it, he shall hunger no more," end quote. Check it out. Jesus broke a loaf into fragments and gave to his disciples, saying that it was his body broken for them. So we now have Virgo established as the house of bread and Pisces as the house of fish. But the characterization of the two houses must be brought along to a more specific evolutionary reverence. And, of course, you must have it as a positive reference. What are these houses thus delineated? They are, as at first, the two states of matter, but now to be taken in immediate reference to the life of man on earth. They are in the final stage of the meaning man's body itself, which consists of matter in both its invisible and its visible forms. For man has a natural body and a spiritual body. Man's body itself houses the two mothers. The body is this double house of bread and of fish. And the next link is seen when it is considered that this physical body is for the soul, the house of death, and in its regenerative phase, the house of rebirth. It is the house into which the spirit descends to its partial obscuration in the darkness of the grave of matter, into the night of death, or incarnation, out of which it is to arise in a new birth or resurrection on the opposite side of the cycle. A significant passage from the Book of the Dead recites, quote, "Who cometh forth from the dust, and whose birth is in the house of death," end quote, referring to the incarnating soul. In a spiritual sense, the soul dies on entering the body in incarnation, but has a new birth in it as it later resurrects from it. The body is therefore the house of his death and rebirth, or the place of his crucifixion and resurrection. It is the coffin. And in the initiatory rites of the secret fraternal orders, the initiate lies down in a coffin and suffers a symbolic death. He is then raised with the grip of the lion's paw, given a new name and a new life. The body is therefore the house of his death and rebirth, or the place of his crucifixion and resurrection. And the Egyptians had a name for the body as the locus of these transformations, which carry the central meaning of all theologies. This name now rises out of the dim mists of ancient Egyptian books to enlighten all modern Bible comprehension. This city of the body, where the Son of Soul, spelled S-U-N, of soul, sank to its death on the cross of matter to re-arise in a new birth, was called the City of the Sun, or in Greek, Heliopolis, but in the Egyptian, Anu. The name was given to an actual Egyptian city where the rites of the death, burial, and resurrection of Osiris or Horus were enacted each year, but the name bore a theological significance before it was given to a geographical town. The name is obviously made up of Nu, spelled N-U. The name for the Mother Heaven, or empty space, or abyss of nothingness, and Alpha, privative meaning, as in thousands of words, not. Anu would then mean not nothingness, are a world of concrete actuality, the world of physical, substantial manifestation. Precisely such a world it is in which units of virginal consciousness go to their death and then rise again. Anu is then the physical body of man on earth. The soul descends out of the waters of the abyss of the Nun, or space in its undifferentiated unity, which is the sign and name of all things negative. The Nun, spelled N-U-N, is indeed our Nun, spelled N-O-N-E. Life, in the completeness of its unity, is negative. To become positively manifest, it must differentiate itself into duality, establish positive-negative tension, and later split up into untold multiplicity. This brings out the significance of the biblical word multiply. You see, life cannot manifest itself in concrete forms until it multiplies itself endlessly. Unit life of deity must break itself up into infinite fragments in order to fill empty space with a multitude of worlds and beings of different natures. The primal sea, or mother, or Mary, must engender a multitudinous progeny to spawn the limitless shoals of organic fish worlds. And this is the meaning of the promise given to Abraham that his seed should multiply till it filled the earth with offspring countless as the sands of the seashore. And if life was symboled by bread as the first birth and by fish as the second, then we might expect to find in old religious typology the allegory of a Christ figure multiplying loaves and fishes. Are you surprised to find that the Gospel Jesus does this very thing, multiplying the 5 loaves and 2 small fishes to feed a multitude? This is absolutely astonishing in all conscience. But it yields in wonder to the next datum of comparative religion, which came to our notice as a further tie between the Bible and antecedent Egyptian mythology. Who can adequately measure the seriousness of the challenge which this item of scholarship presents to gospel historicity? For a discovery of sensational interest came to light when a passage was found in the Book of the Dead, which gave to Anu the characteristic designation, the place of multiplying bread. Here in the long silent tomes of old Egypt was found the original, the prototype of the miracle of the loaves and the fishes in the Gospels of Christianity. And a meaning never before apprehended had to be read into this New Testament wonder. At last, we were instructed to catch in the middle the miracle, the sense that the physical body, as Anu, was the place where the corpus of the Christ deific power was broken into an infinite number of fragments and distributed out among a multitude of creatures hungered after a 3 days fast, or deprivation of the food of spiritual life in their sojourn in the 3 kingdoms, the mineral, the vegetable, and animal, before reaching the plane of mind. And so there you have the first 4 races. We, according to the mysteries, are the 5th root race and must move in the new millennium, in the new world, in the new age, into the 6th root race. Here are all the elements of the inner meaning of the Christian Eucharist, the broken but multiplied fragments of the body of the God, distributed to feed hungry humanity, and as humanity is composed of 12 groups of divine conscious units, there were gathered up 12 baskets of fragments. And this episode of the Christ's ostensible life is found to be Egyptian in origin and meaning and symbolic in character. But new implications arise and lead us on to more startling disclosures. You see, the Hebrews came along and appropriated Egyptian material during their so-called captivity. They picked up the name Anu, and fitting it back into its zodiacal setting as Virgo, they called it the house of bread. This required their adding to Anu their word for house, which, as anyone knows, is Beth. This yields us Beth Anu. Now, it is a fact of common philological knowledge that the ancient Greek and Egyptian U is rendered as Y. When the words are brought over into English, the U became a Y, and Beth Anu now stands before us as the Bethany of the Gospels. Bethany is thus just the sign of Virgo as the house of bread, the home of the great star Spica, the head of wheat. Lechem. Lechem is bread in everyday Hebrew. The Christ was born in Bethany or Bethlehem, the astrological house of bread. Later it seems that the two signs, Virgo and Pisces, had their symbols, bread and fish, were almost interchangeably confused or commingled in the symbolic imagery. This was natural, since the two signs represented the same body of man in its two aspects of dying and being reborn, and the two processes are confusedly interblended. And that's where we'll leave off tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We will, again, do this tomorrow night. Good night, and God bless each and every single one of you. You're listening to the Hour of the Time. I'm William Cooper. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have pen and paper. Tonight we're going to continue where we left off last night. And we're going to call this The Lost Light number 3. I'm going to be reading to you verbatim from the 1910 Volume 12 issue of the New Age magazine, which is the official publication of the Supreme Council of the 33rd Degree of the Southern Jurisdiction of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. And what you're going to hear, well, it should cause you to raise an eyebrow. It should turn on light bulbs in your head. It should sound alarms. It should help you to understand how we have come to this point in time where this great nation is being destroyed from within, not from without, ladies and gentlemen. And that's the way it's always been here. So, get comfortable. Get ready. Open your mind. And once again, the bell tolls for you. I advise you to listen.
The Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters, and God said, "Let there be light." And there was light. Of those who look beneath the surface of the Masonic movement, it becomes clear that this great secret fraternity is an order partly religious and moral, partly mystic, which dates back to the dim past. Indeed, there are many who claim that its stream can be traced to the fountainhead of that great hierarchy, supposed to have had its origin in India, that land to which may be attributed so many of the thought motives that sway humanity. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, I'm reading from the 1910 Volume 12, January to June, New Age magazine, which is the official magazine of the Supreme Council of the 33rd degree of the Southern Jurisdiction of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. Soul knowledge is what the wisest of the world have ever been seeking, and it is what they will ever be seeking until our well-worn planet reaches dissolution. It embraces a realization of the deity in all creation and a recognition of the interrelation between God and man, and between man and his brother man. Therefore, this search stands back of all the faiths and religions, and many and devious have been the roads over which the seekers have passed, each choosing the pathway best suited to his nature. For their particular glimmer of this great light, many have laid down their lives. Because of their longing for this inner vision, many have abandoned the world and lived in monasteries or deserts, or have isolated themselves in mountain fastnesses. It matters not whether we examine the records of pagan or Christian countries. Everywhere we find mention of these mystics, visionaries, dreamers, who have counted the pleasures of life as dross and the hidden truth as all in all, and have groped on wisely or blindly, as the case might be, in their quest of this science of the soul. There is no doubt that but each religion caught some of the light, and with it kindled its individual torch. Afterwards, the crystallizing process of form laid stone after stone around that torch, until an impenetrable wall hemmed it on every side, and its illuminating rays were either deadened or extinguished. As we pass in review all the beliefs, facets, denominations which have arisen and waned, we know that the way of each was too limited, and the man-made dogma more prized than the spirit within. Thus, as we move back through the ages, granting the good here and the pity of it all there, we stand at last before the fountainhead, the great wisdom. It limits neither breadth nor scope of any man. It allows to everyone the fullest soul development of which he is capable. Following it, all must grow. This ancient theosophy may be regarded as the source of God knowledge and of soul knowledge. From it extends the chain that can be followed link by link through all the religious creeds, humanitarian movements, and secret societies. It is the sacred bond connecting one with another, beginning with the spiritual hierarchy, considered by students of the Orient as a grand communion of perfect souls. This great wisdom has flowed steadily on. From it have come the sons of God, the saviors of the world. And ladies and gentlemen, that will give you some indication of what they believe themselves to be, and why they believe that it is them that must decide the future of all humanity, and not us, whom they call the profane. I continue. These progressive ones have been the founders of all religious belief, and the reason of its diversity lies in the fact that the inner secret has been revealed only so far as the receiver could understand. We find Christ stating to his apostles, "I have many things to say unto you, but ye cannot bear them now. while old Jewish records claim that the chapter on creation was to be expounded to only one hearer. Thus we learn that the great mysteries were always preserved for the enlightened few who could hold and follow the truth in all purity and were destined to become the teachers of mankind. According to the Reverend Dr. Oliver, Freemasonry was the great original system through which the Spirit of God moved among the sons of men, and by which the soul climbed up to God. We find him making this assertion, quote, "The mysteries of all nations were originally the same and diversified only by accidental circumstances of local situation and political economy," end quote. Now this same authority states that many signs and symbols of the rites of Freemasonry have been discovered among the remaining landmarks of the antediluvian world. He believes it to have been practiced at the attempted erection of the Tower of Babel and at the dispersion scattered far and wide among the different settlements. Research shows that in remotest antiquity, the art of building was considered sacred and was carried on by priests. As examples of this may be cited the Ionian architects, the Dionysian artificers, and the operative members among the Eleusinian mystics and the Pythagorean and Essenian associations. The priests and builders in these societies were always connected, and we find most of the famous ruins of the past ascribed to the Ionian and Dionysian artisans and artificers, while the pyramids of Egypt bear witness to the magnitude of the builder's art among the pharaohs, where the priesthood was dominant. Indeed, it is to the pastos in the king's chamber of the Great Pyramid which irresistibly leads us to a belief that Freemasonry existed among the builders and priests of Egypt, where we find the chief ceremony of the Masons typified by this pastos, and are compelled to acknowledge that the doctrine implied is the same which connects the apparently distinct mysteries. All of these societies used symbols from the art of building. They were divided into lodges, characterized by different names, and they had words and signs by which they could recognize the brethren of the order. They had also high degrees and rights, which were hidden from all but the more advanced of the confederation, and were shrouded under the impenetrable mask of secrecy. They followed the same mode of instructing the ignorant by allegory, symbol, and fable. All seemed addicted to a use of amulets, talismans, and magic. They were all averse to committing their greatest secrets to writing. All were endeavoring to impress a system of morality, and, lastly, all recognized immortality of the soul and a future state of rewards and punishments. This they had in common with what is now Masonry, or the science of light. Gradually, corruption crept into the practices, and the divisions grew to regard certain allegories and symbols as the chief point in the religion, and what was intended as a representative sign was changed into a god to be worshipped. But while perversion and even depravity prevailed, there were still many great souls who followed the secret inner doctrine and acted as conduits for the maintenance and flow of the river of light. Moses was himself a priest of Egypt, and there is a legend to the effect that Christ was an Essene and versed in all the learning of the Alexandrian priesthood. Buddha, Lao Tse, Zoroaster, Plato, Aristotle, Socrates, and the Gnostics all preached the sacred doctrine. The soul's climb to the divine. Life, light, and love were the three steps all these teachers considered necessary. The world has not the slightest conception of half the spiritual work carried on by the mystic fraternities. Down beneath the old idolatries lay the secret doctrine, and a few great true men among the corrupted priesthood held it unpolluted in the depths of their hearts. Thus, struggling under a superstructure of evil, the great principle lay as a first cause. the Eleusinian, the Dionysian, the Ionian, and the Egyptian mysteries, as well as the religious practices of the Far Orient, were all derived from it. These priesthoods appear to have exchanged communication with each other in all ancient times, and there were certain ties between them reaching from the fastnesses of the Indian adepts to the dim woodland retreats of the Druids. When we consider all these facts, a disturbing question arises. How did the Society of Masons free itself from this shroud of idolatry and in the end shake off the bonds of all religious form? The answer probably lies in the historically recorded fact that in the year 714 BC, in the days of Numa, a college of artisans was founded at Rome. The original members of this association were invited to come from Greece and settle in the imperial city to teach the art of building. As the Grecian builders belonged to the Eleusinian mysteries, it seems natural to suppose that men of high and noble soul, and who held the secret doctrine in its purity and were distressed by the degradations it suffered at the hands of the majority of its followers, were the ones to respond to this invitation and leave their own country. When they established themselves in Rome, they brought with them the secret doctrine and formed a mystic society that had various degrees and a language of symbols drawn from their trade, but which was freer from the evil practices they had deplored in the mysteries. Transplanted in Rome, they were no longer priests, but a college of master artisans, although still connected with the priesthood by that hidden religious science which both possessed in common. The legend that Christ was an Essene has already been mentioned, and as an Essene, versed in all that secret science, which aims at bringing to pass the perfection of the human race. And I'm going to repeat that. Which aims at bringing to pass the perfection of the human race. He chose the most ethical of his apostles and entrusted it to them. The divine principle thus passed into the keeping of the early church of the Christian era and was handed on through the priesthood of the Church of Christ as it had been through the pagan priesthoods. The proof of this lies in the fact that many of the writings of the early church show that the fathers of the Christian religion understood and practiced occultism. Some of their most advanced thinkers, as the Abbé Lecour, even cutting themselves adrift from the institution when it insisted on the narrowing process of crystallization. Admitting the mutual possession of the same divine ethical principle, we see that when the old beliefs gave way to Christianity, the Roman artisans were connected with the new church by this hidden doctrine. Through the early ages of Christianity, we find traveling architects and builders who moved from country to country to erect the great religious edifices, and these wandering artisans were the descendants of the college founded by Numa. They called themselves traveling Freemasons. Today they call themselves fellow travelers. Now, many authentic historical statements prove that these guilds of builders in the Middle East carried on some secret religion as well as their trade, and were connected with the Christian church up to the 13th century, when the narrowed dogma of the ecclesiastical body and the persecutions of these differing in tenets led the Guild of Masons, then becoming speculative instead of operative, to throw off the bondage of the church. Most authorities believe it to have been at this stage in its development that the great secret fraternity adopted the name of Freemasons and became a moral society instead of a band following a particular craft, while at the same time they retained the symbols of the trade they no longer practiced. It is proved beyond any doubt that the Emperor Rudolph I, in the year 1275, authorized an order of non-operative Masons, and in the century following, many brotherhoods of the same kind were legally established. The most generally accepted opinion is that the present body of Freemasons, which is less mystic than formerly, was rearranged in the year 1717. We find that their charter of Cologne contains this passage, quote, "The Brotherhood, or the order of Freemason brothers, bound together according to St. John's holy rule, traces its origin neither from the Templars nor from any other spiritual or temporal knightly order, but is older than all similar orders, and has long existed in Palestine and Greece, as well as in various parts of the Roman Empire," end quote. And in the absolute meaning of this statement, it is correct, ladies and gentlemen. It does not trace its origin to the Templars. However, it was the Templars who brought it from the Middle East to the European continent. Through this statement, we stand again face to face with the pre-Christian secret doctrine. This growth of the Great Brotherhood through the purely Masonic channels of the Middle Ages, changing the name Freemasons when it threw off all allegiance to the Church and became non-operative, appears the best founded theory and the one most reasonable and plausible. There are many, however, who believe that the Freemasons came into existence either through the Order of Knights Templars or else through the Rosicrucians, adopting symbols and practices copied, not inherited, from the art of building. And undoubtedly a similarity in connection between the belief and organization of the Templars and Freemasons can easily be traced, yet there seems scarcely convincing proof that the latter developed from the former. Indeed, the burden of evidence tends to prove that the Templar growth owes its origin to the Masons. And ladies and gentlemen, that is true. As the Templars gained the knowledge of the ancient mysteries in the Middle East, brought it to Europe, and dispersed it from there. Freemasonry did not come from the Templars, yet it moved through the Templars from its original place of development in the Middle East, brought there from the Far East. I continue. These Templars were a religious and military body of knights which was founded during the First Crusade in the early years of the 12th century by Hugh de Payens and Geoffrey de Saint-Adamere. And ladies and gentlemen, that is a false statement. A totally false statement. That just flat is not true. The Knights Templars were commissioned by the King of Jerusalem on the Temple Mount. Originally, there were only 9 knights. And they worked for many years on the Temple Mount and in the tunnels and passageways beneath the Temple Mount. Many believe that they were looking for the treasure of the old Temple of Solomon that was supposedly secreted away when the Romans destroyed it. And that could be true. But the truth is, they were commissioned by the King of Jerusalem. They were not a religious order. In fact, they were not accepted by the Catholic Church until many years later, when they became so wealthy and so powerful that the Pope needed them as an ally. That is the truth. And if you study the history of the Templars, you will soon find that statement is the fact and not the statement in here. Hugh de Payens was the first Grand Master of the Knights Templars, but he did not found the Templars. I continue. There were 9 knights in this little band when it was first established, and they bound themselves together by the strict rule of St. Augustine. As some authorities claim that Hugh de Payens was himself a Mason, there were probably distinct Masonic features about the early ceremonies of these knights, whose chief aim was to protect the pilgrims in Palestine, and who therefore styled themselves Knights of Christ. And that also is a false statement, ladies and gentlemen. They had nothing to do with the church until the Pope summoned them and commissioned them to protect the pilgrims on their way to Palestine, which the Knights Templars seldom, if ever, did, ladies and gentlemen. Instead, they engaged themselves in battle, and at times were even allies and confidants of Saladin, who was supposed to be the Muslim enemy of the Christians in the Middle East. So this account, written by a Freemason for the official tome of Freemasonry in this country, has some errors. You must take that into account in all of it. If there's one error in here, there may be more. And so far, we found two. I continue. At this point in the Templar history, we must once more turn to that legend which claims that Jesus the Christ was an Essene and versed in all the mysteries of the Alexandrian priesthood. When he presented himself before the scribes, Pharisees, and priests in Jerusalem, it is believed that he showed them how the laws of Moses had been perverted and the secret doctrine denied by the practices and teachings of the Levites. And he tore down the veil which hid the truth from the people, and so far as they could understand, instructed them in the great principles of God and light and love. Then, choosing the most trustworthy and advanced of his apostles, he committed to them what the masses could not comprehend, the secret doctrine, and placed them under his beloved disciple, St. John. So runs this Christian legend. And that is not true either, ladies and gentlemen, because he placed them, according to the church, under his apostle Peter, if you'll remember correctly. Now, all through this, there's one thing that you should have already understood. Freemasons are not Christians. Not one Freemason in this world is a Christian if he follows the teachings and doctrines of the Freemasonic Lodge. Now, he may be a member of the lodge in the lower degrees and still go to a Christian church and consider himself to be Christian if he has done no studying of the symbols or the lessons that are taught in the lodge and is just there for material benefit or for comradeship, as some of them are. The true understanding lies at the highest degrees. And of course, this was written by a very highly degreed member of the southern jurisdiction of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. I continue. St. John was the one apostle who never left the East, and his small band of followers kept the doctrine and initiation that had been entrusted to them by the great Master in all purity and wholeness, such as was not to be found in the teachings of the other apostles. And that is where the fraternal organization of St. John of Jerusalem comes from, ladies and gentlemen, and at times Freemasons will call themselves followers of St. John. And when they do that, you mistakenly interpret it as a declaration of Christianity. But I assure you, it is just the opposite. Now, once again, I want you all to understand, I don't care who you are, I don't care what religion you practice at all. I believe in freedom. And I believe that your ultimate judgment will be by God, not by me. Judge not, lest ye be judged. My beef is with the lies and the deceptions. My beef is with the manipulations. My beef is with the coming enslavement of the human race by these people in order to reach what they believe is the perfection of the human race and the preservation of the natural resources of the world. Most of these are just excuses for seizing the reins of power of the world and taking over, if you will. It's the same old battle that's always been fought throughout the history of the earth. Only there's more deception today than there ever has been in the history of the world. And there are more so-called educated people who are dumber than the dumbest serf who ever lived in the Dark Ages when it comes to this battle. I continue. The men of this little Eastern church styled themselves Johannite Christians and lived on in Palestine. They felt a special gratitude to Hugh de Payens and his knights for befriending the pilgrims to the Holy Lands, and so they rewarded the Templars with the treasures of knowledge they had hoarded through 1,200 years. And there's the admission that they brought the mysteries to Europe. Hugh de Payens was instructed in all the primitive teachings and ethics of Jesus, declared a patriarchal apostle, and placed in the line of succession from John the Evangelist. And it was these degrees of initiation and rules of the temples which brought the famous and terrible persecution upon the order 2 centuries later. But folks, when they talk about ethics of Jesus or ethics of the Christ, they're not talking about the Jesus of the Christian church. They're talking about a master, an ascended master, incarnated in the soul of a human to teach humanity. It is not that Jesus and not that Christ that these people are referring to. I continue. When that disastrous period arrived and most of the masters and templars of note had been tortured or burned alive, and the institution crushed by the commands of the Romish Church, those Templars who escaped are supposed to have taken refuge with Robert Bruce and joined the Guild of Masons in Scotland, which was through them reorganized into Freemasons. Thus it is that some authorities consider the great fraternity to have grown out of the Knights Templars. And that is not true. The Knights Templars brought the fraternity to Europe, and so it moved through them. It did not originate with them. It originated in the dim mists of the history of humanity. Yet, on the other hand, it is hardly credible that a powerful body like the Masons, which had weathered storms and opposition and stood the suspicion of church and state, should allow itself to be dominated and totally changed by a small band of crushed refugees. And that is their mistake. The Templars were by no means crushed. They just moved underground with all their wealth and power, and their vast fleets became the pirates that sailed the 7 seas. And you all wondered where the pirate treasures went. You see, these pirates didn't just raid ships and get a few gold pieces here and there. They raided the great Spanish galleons. They raided the ships full of wealth and treasures from the east. They measured and sailed down on every kind of ship, carrying every kind of goods and money and wealth and metals and silk that they could find. And all of this wealth vanished, ladies and gentlemen, for the pirates never were wealthy. And you visit their bastions where they all came together as brothers. Did you ever wonder why the pirates never warred amongst themselves? This wealth was funneled right back in to the Templar order, underground and through the Masonic lodges, to work their will upon the world. And it still happens that way. Don't go away. I'll be back after this short pause. Now remember, ladies and gentlemen, if you go to your uncle or your brother or your father or your grandfather and ask them about the truth of these things, You will not be told the truth. They cannot tell you the truth. They are sworn to secrecy upon penalty of death. And if they ask them about this blood oath that they take, and they tell you, well, it's just some silly oath, and we just do it for ceremonial reasons, do you really believe that? And if that's the truth, do they mean their oath that they swear upon a Bible in a court of law? Do they mean their oath if they promise you something? Or if they swear to you that something is true or false? A grown man does not give a blood oath unless he means it, ladies and gentlemen. And with the orders of co-masonry, women are included in this also. The Order of the Eastern Star and many others. So don't expect them to tell you the truth. They cannot. They cannot and will not. Yet they have written it over the years, and I have slowly but surely exposed it to you in their own writing, in their own words, over the years. These people are by far the greatest group of chronic liars that have ever lived upon the face of this earth. Manipulators, deceivers. And who is the great deceiver? I continue, everyone, however, must admit that it is extremely likely these persecuted Templars tinged some of the existing forms and ceremonies with the knowledge and practices of their order. And I can assure you that that is true. The rite of strict observance was doubtless added from their affiliation with Freemasonry, and there can be little question but that the degrees of this Templar rite were high ones, intimately connected with the mystic doctrine. Yet it is about this same rite of strict observance that there is so much controversy, the very materialistic among the Freemasons denying that it ever existed, while those more mystic by nature have no hesitation in acknowledging it. The matter is still a debatable point in the great brotherhood, but in their own writing passed down through the ages, there is no debate. It is clearly true. This much, however, seems clear. The Templars had a Masonic impulse back of their foundation, flourished for 200 years as a separate institution, and then returned, as it were, to the fold, a shattered remnant. Therefore, it would appear a baseless supposition that Freemasonry was derived from Templar sources. An equally untenable theory is that it was a development from the Rosicrucian Society. Again, as with the Templars, it is probable that the Rosicrucians also owed their existence to the Masonic River of Light, although in their ceremonials and practices they differed more materially. As has been previously stated, men have always been on the search for soul knowledge, and the spirit of the Rosicrucians, the mystic seekers, has existed for all known time, though not at first represented in a definite established society. This seeking necessitated the conquest of mind, body, and soul, and only those who proved by this means that they were worthy were considered fit for higher things. The Rosicrucian spirit moved by way of the secret doctrine, by way of the old religions and philosophies, and by the way of Masons and other mystic brotherhoods. We find the spirit among the Hermetic seers, the Magi, the sages of Chaldea, and the old Semitic and Chinese civilizations. Melchizedek, whom the Rosicrucians considered their first Grand Master, tried to show the mystic truth and rich philosophy to the multitude, without regard to the fitness of the time or man. Afterwards, when he looked about him, he beheld a startling wilderness of beliefs. Certain among his followers had seized one truth, and others yet another. Each had been made into a god before which men worshipped. The purity of the teaching remained only in a few great minds. These saw that the wondrous secret doctrine could not be paraded before an ignorant multitude. They realized that it must be preserved in the hearts of the few, and so we only obtain occasional glimpses of great masters when the veil lifts a little, and the Christ, the Buddha, and the other foremost religious teachers move for a while over the world stage. Yet always, wherever this veil is lifted, we see vaguely the despair that the lofty ones must suffer from the souls who will not be taught. And we recognize likewise that persecution and even the stake comes often as the reward of those who would better mankind. Thus we become aware of the reason why we so seldom catch these glimpses through the veil. Those great enough to be the world's Savior are only born at rare intervals. And here you see some of their arrogance, ladies and gentlemen. If they go and teach their religion, and religion it is, and it is rejected by someone, then these are the souls who will not be taught, and those who are teaching it are suffering the rejection of these souls. Arrogant, extremely arrogant. Once again, we find a religion that condemns everyone who will not believe their dogma outright. And it is dogma, ladies and gentlemen, and like all religions, none of it can be proven. None of it at all. In fact, quite a bit of it can absolutely be proven to be false, with no problem whatsoever, by even the simplest mind. I continue. The spirit of the Rosicrucians was moving, as we have seen, through many ages. It breathed secretly among those Masons who inclined towards the mystic visions, but only came into the open when the great Brotherhood dared call itself Freemasons. Then it was that Christian Rosenkreutz organized the society, and in 1614 or 1615 wrote the famous Fama Fraternitas. We have also seen how Masonry was at first both operative and mystic. Gradually a change took place, and in the time of the Rosenkreutz, the more intensely mystic of mind separated from the others and became known as Rosicrucians, while the main body left behind called themselves no longer traveling Freemasons, but Freemasons, without any qualifying term whatever. And yet, when they meet secretly or on the road or in public, one of their identifying phrases is, "Fellow traveler," or "Do you travel much?" And of course, the answer is yes. I travel toward the east, seeking more light, and on and on and on. And this is just one of the many, many, many ways that they identify themselves to each other. It is also the same term used in communist cells, ladies and gentlemen, because they're all the same. They had lost their operative basis and became almost entirely moral and speculative, and a little later we find the Rosicrucians uniting with them by means of the secret hidden doctrine and belief in the higher initiation which both societies held in common. P.D. Randolph tells us that there are records of Rosicrucians being admitted into Masonic lodges up to 1665, but that after that the Masonic doors were closed a while to them, because of some impostors who had crept in. He also claims that other authentic statements show the Rosicrucians to have again been welcomed in the Masonic lodges in 1745. Thus we see the two orders mingled, separated, and mingled again, while at the same time the Rosicrucians and Freemasons were not identical. The spirit of the orders was very similar, but the societies differed in many particulars. Like various other secret fraternities in the Dark Ages, they had only moved forward side by side, sometimes touching each other, sometimes wide apart. Mackey and many Masonic writers deny that the lines ever touched, but in the face of the Rosy Cross degree so similar in both societies, this seems too strong an assertion. The fact is, ladies and gentlemen, is that the highest levels of the pyramidal structure of degrees, they're all the same order. The Rosicrucian order, established in England in 1840, was completely changed from the first true Rosicrucian body. This later society is of purely Masonic form, having lodges, initiations, and ceremonies that are entirely lacking in the former Fraternity of the Holy Cross. Likewise, the three so-called Rosicrucian branches in America have no connection with the ancient order of that name. And here he either shows an attempt at intentional deceit are pure ignorance, and if he is ignorant, he should not even be writing on the subject of the Rosicrucians, because it was never the fraternity of the Holy Cross, never in its entire history. It has always been the Fraternitas Rosicruciae, which is the fraternity of the Rose Cross. And I continue again. The early Rosicrucians had no ceremonials and formal initiations. They claimed that the kinship of spirit needed no grip nor sign nor symbol to make its existence known to one of like mind. The society also admitted women to a membership on equal terms of respect. Therefore, the difference between Freemasons and Rosicrucians is clearly to be seen, although the mainspring of the great secret doctrine brought both into being. Martin Luther, ladies and gentlemen, was a member of the Rose Cross. In fact, his seal was the rose and cross. If you'll study the old documents that still exist that he signed and sealed, you will see it clearly imprinted onto the document. Considering the builders' signs and symbols of the Freemasons, and discovering that the Masons and priests were linked together in early ages, we feel that the great brotherhood developed through Masonic channels. For surely it would have been an act of stupidity on the part of men seeking truth and soul knowledge to encumber themselves with the builder's insignia if the signs of a trade were not their legitimate inheritance. Also, the Templar degrees of the rite of strict observance would have been pointless had there been no connection with the Knights Templars, while lastly, they could have had no claim to the degree of the Rosy Cross had they not mingled with the Rosicrucians. Undoubtedly, these men of lofty intellects would never have stooped to what would have been meaningless and absurd. So we may conclude that the signs, the symbols, the rites, and the ceremonials of the Freemasons are but as growths on the brink of the mighty Masonic stream as it followed its underground course through the Dark Ages. Each has its root in some old truth concerning the deity, nature, or man, or else represents some channel through which the river of light has moved with a steady, resistless flow towards that grand soul knowledge and the brotherhood of man. Emerson says, to every one that reaches toward the light, God has a select family of sons scattered through the earth, who are thy spiritual kindred, and each one, by constant device to the inward law, is weaving sublime proportion of a true I'm trying to decipher these words that are going off the page, ladies and gentlemen, if you're wondering what's happening. Of a true monarch in soul. The mighty currents of the secret doctrine come from the dimmest recesses of the past and bear these able seeking souls on their feet, silently moving waters nearer, nearer to the perfect light. And that is the end of that tome. Also from the same issue. Even the mystics of the Middle Ages, when explaining the mystery of the fish symbol, adopted the loose, or jack, because in a mystic sense, I and B are complementary, and jack becomes Iak, or Bak, Iacus, or Bacchus, an explanation that should interest Masons and Christians also, for the fish was emblematic of light to the early fathers, many of whom never laid aside their philosopher's robes upon adopting the new faith, for they saw nothing new in it beyond its divinely prepared ritual for the common use of all men. The fleur-de-lis of France is the flower of light of the ancients, even to its very form, which is Chaldean, It is the sacred lotus of Egypt and India, the emblem of the Trinity. Take down your dictionary and consider such words as the following. Luscus, Latin from the Greek, partly blind. Lustro, to make light. Lustrate, to purify, to offer purifactory sacrifice. Lucubrate, to study by light. Lumen, luna, from lucina, the moon. Lucid, to make clear or light, illustrate, illuminate. Luxury. The ramifications of these words is well nigh innumerable. The Latin word lumen, or luna, alone is the root of many coined words in which light is involved, such as the word for lamp. The apparently haphazard selection of examples given should demonstrate the remarkable ancestry and kinship of the Masonic hail. Without further citation, but lest we may lose sight of that which we hail or conceal, let us lucubrate a bit over the philosophy of light as known to the ancients. Deity was conceived to be omnipresent. In the smallest as well as in the greatest of creation, his spirit or divine fire, force, or whatever it may be called, filled the receptacle to the brim. The entire universe was thought to be immersed in the divine essence, as it were, much as we are immersed in the ether. This conception of God was called Brahm by the Hindus and Abram by the Arabians. The Hindu priests were called Brahmins, or priests of Brahm. The Latin priests were called Flamens, deriving the term from the same source as lumen, probably. Flamen and Brahmin are identical terms and cognate. Even in symbolism we find lion, the symbol of strength, traced through Latin and Greek Leo to Hebrew, Egyptian, and Coptic sources, called by the name Hor, or Har, light in Egypt, because it was the symbol of that god, the symbol of the sun, Ra, or hour. If now we consider why priests were called Brahmins in Egypt, we find that Brahm was born from the same brilliant egg of gold that Phra, or Ptah, the Egyptian creator, emerged from. Phre, or Phra, was the creator who emerged from the egg laid by the serpent Neph, American Maya Can, K-A-N, and was colored blue, being girded around the middle to represent the heavens and the earth. This legend, well known to Masonic students, depicts the creation of man himself from his embryonic stage in the human egg until he has passed through the evolutionary stages of insect, reptile, and the like to that of the human being who emerges from the waters and breaks the shell. Wherever we turn in the realms of mythology, etymology, religion, or mystery, we will meet with this same injunction, know thyself. The ancient mysteries as well as the modern were designed with that purpose in view. To bring the candidate to light in the temple of light was to elevate him to the plane of El. And if you've studied the Bible, you should know who El is. Shouldn't you? So their goal is to become God, as I have always told you. Look within your heart, ladies and gentlemen. Ask yourself, are you God? Are you ever going to be God? I'm going to tell you right now, the best you could ever hope to do is to lead a good life and help other people and try to make the world better for those who follow. If you really think that you're God, make me a universe. One better than this one. One without pain and suffering and wars. One without bigots and liars. One without conspirers and complainers and loafers and welchers. Make me that universe. Show it to me. And then and only then will I believe that you are God or can ever become God. I remember watching on television Shirley MacLaine spinning around on the beach with her arms in the air, declaring, "I am God! I am God! I am God!" She was younger then, didn't have so many lines in her face, wasn't facing the pain in her joints and the mysterious little twinges and quirks of old age, and her hair wasn't falling out then. I wonder, ladies and gentlemen, what she's going to say tomorrow morning when she gets out of bed and makes her way to the bathroom and looks in the mirror. I wonder, will she once again stand up on her toes and twirl around and proclaim, "I am God! I am God! I am God!" And surely, if you're listening, I mean nothing personal, but you see, so many people watch you and you're a celebrity, and they tend to foolishly believe what you so foolishly attempted to teach them. I only mean you well. I only mean everyone well, and that's why I do this nightly. So that we can come together in reality, peacefully, as true brothers and sisters, out in the open, in the light of day, not in the dark light of a lodge behind closed doors with no windows, with phony incantations and circumambulations around some altar, obeying the master who sits in the chair in the east. No, I want a world of real light, sunlight, and truth, and real brotherhood, free from the lies and deceptions and manipulations of those arrogant men who have fallen into the deception of their own conceit and believe that they are the masters of the rest of us. Good night, ladies and gentlemen, and God bless each and every single one of you.
You're listening to the Hour of the Time. I'm William Cooper. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you have pen and paper by your side. Tonight we're going to take another journey into the dark recesses of the lost light, if you can imagine such a thing. And I've already tipped my hand a little bit on tonight's broadcast, but I did not give it away. You'll recognize some of the beginning of this. So make sure that you're comfortable. Make sure that your mind is open. Make sure that you're ready to listen with a clear intellect. If you're not, you might as well go play kick the can out in the street with the local children. Because without the things that I've just told you to prepare yourself with, that's about as much good as it's going to do you. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is the age of deception, and we have been deceived and manipulated and lied to since the beginning of the dawn of human history by those who have slowly but surely over the years discovered how to do it, how to form their secret organizations to teach their followers how to do it, and they have been controlling the destiny of the human race ever since. They have been in charge, behind the scenes, but nevertheless in charge. For those of you who really think that Bill Clinton is the one making all the decisions and calling the shots, well, I think you better think again. Those who put him there are the ones who are doing all of those things. Bill Clinton is just the one who will take either the wrath or the approval of the public, depending upon how they take what is being done. And everybody wants to impeach Bill Clinton, and I've got to ask you this, folks. What for? Why do you want to impeach Bill Clinton? He's just a figurehead. It's the people behind the throne that we should be going after, because once they are dealt with,
in a lawful manner, there will be no more Bill Clintons. There can be no more Bill Clintons if these people are put in prison where they belong. For they are treasonous little scoundrels, I can tell you that for sure. If you impeach Bill Clinton, who becomes president? Why, it's Al Gore. And if you impeach Al Gore, who becomes president then? Get out your constitutions, folks, and figure it out. You won't like that one either. And if you do, you're not playing with a full deck. You're going to lose this hand of poker. Stand by. Get ready. Get ready to shine the spotlight on the cockroaches hovering way back there in the dark behind the refrigerator. It's midnight, ladies and gentlemen. The ponderous bell in the church steeple slowly struck 12. You've heard this before, haven't you? Not too long ago, but you only heard a little bit of this. So settle back and get ready to be illumined. In the large auditorium of the sacred edifice, a crowd of people had assembled to witness the last obsequies of a Titan. The angel of death brooded over the scene with shadowy wings. In the center of the room stood a catafalque draped in black, and resting upon it was a casket containing the mortal remains of a great soul. Arranged in triangles about the east, west, and south sides of the catafalque were burning tapers in tall candlesticks of silver. A huge iron cross was set at the head of this catafalque. Nearby stood a table covered with black velvet, upon which were 7 large candlesticks, but without the lights, a silver cup filled with salt, and a skull crowned with a laurel wreath. The gloom of the apartment was intensified by being hung with black cloth. The lights of the wax tapers illumined the face of the dead man, likewise the mocking skull wreathed with laurel, and brought into bold relief the iron cross. At the last stroke of the bell, an organ softly played a miserere, and there marched into the room from out of the Egyptian darkness a long file of men in somber uniforms, bearing lighted candles in their hands. They took their places about the catafalque, the venerable master at the head near the Passion Cross. A trumpet sounded in the distance, and the services began. The venerable master struck with a sledge 3 times upon the iron cross, and challenged anyone to present a charge against the dead man. There was no response, and the trial ended with the declaration that not man, but God only is capable of judging the dead. Upon the remains were a chaplet of laurel, vines, and berries, representing living joy, a glittering cross representing glory and splendor, and a bunch of violets as a token of grief. All but the violets were removed, as it was declared the dead knight had passed beyond and above earthly pleasures, vainglory, and sorrows. The cords about the hands of the adept were untied, and those about the feet, symbolical of the release of the soul from the enslavement of the body. After a number of other significant offices were performed, the knights all knelt. The venerable master invoked the blessing upon the dead. The lights were extinguished one by one as the knights withdrew silently from the apartment. All Scottish Rite Masons will recognize in the description the funeral services of the 30th degree, the Knight of Cadash, which for weirdness and impressiveness is unsurpassed. The splendid degree of the Cadash portrays the trials and sufferings of Jacques de Molay, the Grand Master of the Knights Templars, who fell a victim to the machination of Philippe le Bel of France and Pope Clement V. De Molay and his fellows perished in the flames of the Inquisition. The Order of Knights Templars was accused of heresy, magic, and abominable practices. What was the real cause of this persecution? Quote, "The avowed object of the Templars was to protect the Christians who came to visit the holy shrines of Palestine. Their secret object was the rebuilding of the Temple of Solomon on the model prophesied by Ezekiel." End quote. The secret superiors of the order were students of the Kabbalah, antagonistic to the dogmas of the Church. The Masonic degree of Kadash is directed against temporal and spiritual tyranny. Demolay is the symbol of the good man persecuted, and the Masonic drama woven about him admonishes the candidate to arm himself against the encroachment of king or priest. Eternal vigilance is the price of liberty. The body in the coffin was that of General Albert Pike, for so many years Sovereign Grand Commander of the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite for the southern jurisdiction of the United States. I shall never forget the impression made upon me by that splendid, awe-inspiring funeral service. I was not a Freemason at the time, but I secretly vowed to become one at the first favorable opportunity. Often had I seen General Pike in the streets of Washington, his snow-white hair falling about his shoulders like the mane of a lion, his broad, expansive forehead, his serene countenance, his powerful frame awoke thoughts in me of some far-off time. The conventional dress of an American citizen did not seem suited to such a splendid personality. The costume of an ancient Greek would have been more in keeping with such a face and figure, such a habit as Plato wore when he discoursed upon divine philosophy to his students among the groves of the Academy of Athens beneath the brilliant sun of Greece. Who knows but that Albert Pike was not a reincarnation of Plato walking these 19th century streets of ours? Plato was so named, it is said, because of his broad shoulders. Plato was distinguished for manly beauty. Quote, "To creative imagination of the first order, he added logical, analytical, and constructive powers. Above all, he was penetrated with the conviction of a harmony in the universe of being, which led to the conception of a high ideal of life, and supplied him with the strength of purpose consistently to maintain it." End quote. To convince men of God, the soul, and immortality was the great purpose of Plato in his philosophy. How like unto Plato in character and ideals was Albert Pike. I never met this great thinker, Pike, this real master of the veils, as Buck calls him in his mystic masonry. I knew him by sight only, and the very last time I set eyes upon him was at that weird midnight funeral of the Kadash, when he lay so peacefully in his coffin, the lights of the wax tapers shining upon him, his face frozen into that icy calm which we call death, his hands and feet bound with the symbolical cords from which he was finally released by the knights, the cords typical of the thraldom of human nature to the passions of this mortal career, of the soul to its body. But the great soul had already winged its flight to more subtle spheres of spirit, bursting the doors of its sepulchre of clay like the golden butterfly its chrysalis. The splendor of that face, even in death, framed in by its wealth of snow-white hair, made a picture that shall live long in my memory. I said to myself, here lies the apostle of liberty, equality, and fraternity, against whom the Vatican launched its thunders, and who stood up like Olympian Jove and hurled back at Rome the thunderbolt of the Masonic hierarchy, anathema for anathema, encyclical for encyclical. Even after his death, his memory was aspersed by Jesuit or evil writers. Gabriel Jogan Pages, the arch-liar of the 19th century, hoodwinked the church into believing that Masonry was the very spawn of the devil, that its inner circles did homage to Satan and practiced the Black Mass, and that Beelzebub's vice-regent on earth was General Albert Pike. The Catholic press of Europe reeked with absurd and abominable stories until Pages acknowledged his imposture. General Pike was a profound student of philosophy, philology, comparative religions, ancient symbolism, occult imitations, and the Kabbalah. He was a master of Greek, Latin, Hebrew, and other languages, classical and modern. In his old age, he translated the Rig Veda, the Zend Avesta, and other sacred books of Aryan literature with comments. 18 manuscript volumes of these translations are in the possession of the Supreme Council at Washington. This was the crowning glory of a life of usefulness. Perhaps the most difficult language in the world to acquire is the old Sanskrit of our Aryan ancestors. But Pike, when upwards of 70 years of age, learned Sanskrit in order to translate the Vedas. His studies in the theosophies of the Orient convinced him that the true word of a master mason was traceable to Aryan and Indo-Aryan sources from which it filtered into Egypt and other countries. From the land of the Mizraim, it was absorbed into the Kabbalah of the Jews. Greece and Rome preserved it in their mysteries. Masonry inherited it from the Kabbalah. The true word of a master is the ineffable name of God about which so many legends cluster. According to sacred writ, it was communicated by the deity to Moses upon Mount Horeb. But the adepts of India, Chaldea, Persia, and Egypt were in possession of this sacred name. Tradition says that its pronunciation caused the earth to quake and the angels of heaven to tremble with fear. It was a word of power. But its true meaning and pronunciation has been lost to the world. The idea of Masonry is to recover this word, which was known to Solomon, Hiram, king of Tyre, and Hiram, the widow's son, the three grand masters of the temple. But let us not mistake allegory for fact, the symbol for the thing symbolized. The last word is a symbol of the occult doctrine which treats of the nature and attributes of the great first cause and man's relation thereto. That doctrine, which runs like a vein of gold through the mountains of superstition, myth, and allegory, the secret doctrine taught to the initiates of the temples. Says Pike, quote, "The ineffable name not only embodies the great philosophical idea that the deity is the ens, the to on, the absolute existence, that of which the essence is to exist, the only substance of Spinoza, the being that never could not have existed, as contradistinguished from that which only becomes, not nature of the soul of nature, but that which created nature, but also the idea of the male and female principles in its highest and most profound sense, to wit, that God originally comprehended in himself all that is, that matter was not coexistent with him or independent of him, that he did not merely fashion and shape a pre-existing chaos into a universe, but that his thought manifested itself outwardly in that universe, which so became and before was not, except as comprehended in him, that the generative power or spirit and the productive matter ever among the ancients deemed the female originally were in God, and that he was and is all that was and is, and that shall be, in whom all else lives, moves, and has its being." This was the great mystery of the ineffable name. And of course, its true pronunciation and its meaning became lost to all except the select few to whom it was confided. It being concealed from the common people, because the deity thus metaphysically named was not that personal and capricious and as it were tangible God in whom they believed and who alone was within reach of their rude capacities. This was the profound truth, hidden in the ancient allegory and covered from the general view with a double veil. This was the exoteric meaning of the generation and production of the Indian, Chaldean, and Phoenician cosmogonies, of the active and passive powers, of the male and female principles, of heaven and its luminaries, generating, and the earth producing, all hidden from vulgar view as above its comprehension. The doctrine that matter is not eternal, but that God was the only original existence, the absolute from whom everything has proceeded and to whom all returns. And this true word is with entire accuracy said to have been lost, because its meaning was lost, even among the Hebrews, although we still find the name, its real meaning unsuspected, in the hue of the Druids and Fohai of the Chinese. That can be found in Morals and Dogma, page 700 et seq. Albert Pike held correctly that this occult doctrine is contained in the symbols of the first 3 degrees of Masonry, known as the Blue Lodge, but that the neophyte does not obtain it until he enters the sanctum sanctoria of the Scottish Rite, and then only after deep study and contemplation. The Blue Lodge bears the same relationship to the Scottish Rite that the lesser mysteries of Egypt did to the greater mysteries. In the former, the symbols are covered to the neophyte, only a few trite ethical explanations of them being imparted to him. In the latter, Isis is unveiled, and the glory of the goddess is seen by the devout initiate. In other words, the candidate passes from the square, which is the symbol of the earthly and material, to the compasses, which is the symbol of the heavenly and spiritual. From science to philosophy. Science is the collating of facts. Philosophy is the most modern acceptation of the term, is a synthesis of all facts. The endeavor to reduce the many to unity and to discover, if possible, the principles upon which things are based. But there are 2 schools of philosophy. 2 schools of philosophy. One, materialistic, interpreting nature and man in terms of unconscious force, mechanical, atheistic. The other, the idealistic, which posits a psychic principle as the foundation of all things, and interprets nature and man in terms of spirit. Masonry is wedded to the latter worldview and follows in the footsteps of Plato, Pythagoras, the Hindu sages, and modern thinkers like Descartes, Leibniz, Martineau, Goethe, Fiske, etc. Albert Pike is its greatest expounder. His work, The Morals and Dogma of the Scottish Rite, is a mine of information, as well as a monument to its author, which will outlive any giant pyramid of stone that could be erected. There is a powerful chapter in Victor Hugo's Notre Dame, in which Claude Frollo, the archdeacon, a dabbler in alchemy, entertains several old cronies in his cell in the cloister of the cathedral. Upon his table lies a printed book, one of the products of Gutenberg's press. Opening the window of his cell, the archdeacon, pointing his finger at the immense Notre Dame, which looms up against the starry sky like an enormous 2-headed sphinx, and laying his hand upon the volume on the table, utters the enigmatic sentence, quote, "This will kill that," end quote. In other words, printing will kill architecture. In the old days, great temples were Bibles in stone, built to perpetuate the memory of men and the ideas of their epoch. But the Bible of paper is not only cheaper, but capable of infinite duplication. It will eventually kill the stone Bible. An insignificant marble marks the last resting place of Albert Pike in Oak Hill Cemetery, Washington, D.C. The superficial observer may wonder that the Masons of the United States did not erect a magnificent mausoleum for the repose of the bones of its greatest adept. A splendid sarcophagus of Egyptian marble, upheld by 4 winged sphinxes, with a stone canopy over the whole supported by ponderous pillars, might easily have been built. But Pike needs none such Bible of stone to perpetuate his memory. His literary works are his most enduring monument. A great book will outlast the pyramids of Egypt. Every Freemason
every Freemason who takes the 14th degree of the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite for the Southern jurisdiction, which includes all the states west of the Mississippi River, the insular possessions of the United States, and the Army and Navy, receives a copy of the Morals and Dogma by Albert Pike, which is published by the Supreme Council of the Order at Washington. It is a volume of 861 pages, closely printed and illustrated with symbols. The Morals and Dogma is professedly a commentary on the various degrees of the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, from entered apprentice to the 32nd degree, inclusive. But it is much more than that. It is a study of comparative religions and symbology, a lofty treatise on ethics, an unfolding of the occult doctrines of the ancient world, as well as a work on philosophy. It has necessarily been compiled from many sources. The thoughts of the ancient sages adorn its pages, but upon every page we also see the stamp of Albert Pike's original creative genius. The style, though diffuse at times, is distinguished by poetic fire and a noble simplicity. It carries conviction with it. To Eliphas Levi, a French mystic and Kabbalist, Pike was much indebted. Long before any of Levi's writings were translated into English, General Pike was reading them with avidity. In compiling The Knight of the Sun, or Prince Adept, the 28th degree of the Rite, Albert Pike borrowed from Levi's work on occulture a number of the latter's symbolical figures. A few extants from the Morals and Dogma will show the lofty thought contained therein. Though Masonry neither usurps the place of nor apes religion, prayer is an essential part of our ceremonies. It is the aspiration of the soul toward the absolute and infinite intelligence, which is the one supreme deity, most feebly and misunderstandingly characterized as an architect. Certain faculties of man are directed toward the unknown: thought, meditation, prayer. The unknown is an ocean of which conscience is the compass. Thought, meditation, prayer are the great mysterious pointings of the needle. It is a spiritual magnetism that thus connects the human soul with the deity. These majestic irradiations of the soul pierce through the shadow toward the light. The universe that Pike speaks of as the great Bible of God, quote, material nature is its Old Testament, millions of years old, thick with eternal truths under our feet, glittering with everlasting glories over our heads, and human nature is the New Testament, from the infinite God, every day revealing a new page as time turns over the leaves. Everything is a thought of the infinite God. Nature is his prose and man his poetry. End quote. The grand objects of nature perpetually constrain men to think of their author. The Alps are the great altar of Europe. The nocturnal sky has been to mankind the dome of a temple starred all over with admonitions to reverence, trust, and love. Science gratifies the religious feeling without arresting it, and opens out the unfathomable mystery of the One Supreme into more explicit and manageable forms, which express not indeed his essence, which is wholly beyond our reach and higher than our faculties can climb, but his will, and so feeds an endless enthusiasm by accumulating forever new objects of pursuit. We have long experienced that knowledge is profitable. We are beginning to find out that it is moral, and we shall at last discover it to be religious, end quote. For the true religion of which they speak, ladies and gentlemen, is neither Lucifer or Jehovah or Adonai or El or any of the other names that you may call whatever your version of God may be,
but it is that flame, that fire known as the intellect of man, through the use of which man himself will become God. That is the truth of the lost light, the lost word of Freemasonry. In the following discourse is contained the very quintessence of philosophy and religion according to the Brotherhood. Quote, doubt in presence of being and its harmonies, skepticism in the face of the eternal mathematics and the immutable laws of life, which make the divinity present and visible everywhere, as the human is known and visible by its utterances of word and act. Is this not the most foolish of superstitions, and the most inexcusable as well as the most dangerous of all credulities? Let me read that again to you, folks, so that you can ponder it. This, they believe, is the very quintessence of philosophy and religion. Quote, doubt in presence of being and its harmonies, skepticism in the face of the eternal mathematics and the immutable laws of life which make the divinity present and visible everywhere, as the human is known and visible by its utterances of word and act. Is this not the most foolish of superstitions and the most inexcusable as well as the most dangerous of all credulities? Thought, we know, is not a result or consequence of the organization of matter, of the chemical or other action or reaction of its particles, like effervescence and gaseous explosions. On the contrary, the fact that thought is manifested and realized in act human or act divine proves the existence of an entity or unity that thinks. And the universe is the infinite utterance of an infinite number of infinite thoughts, which cannot but emanate from an infinite and thinking source. The cause is always equal, at least to the effect. And matter cannot think, nor could it cause itself, or exist without cause, nor could nothing produce either forces or things. For in void nothingness, no forces can inhere. Admit a self-existent force and its intelligence, or an intelligence cause of it, as admitted and at once God is. Albert Pike had a horror of atheism as a philosophic creed. He agreed with Jean-Paul Richter, who speaks of the atheist as living alone in the world, with a heart empty and made desolate by the loss of his Creator and Father. He mourns by the side of the huge corpse of nature, which no spirit animates as it lingers in the tomb, and his sorrow shall continue to the moment when dissolution severs him from this corpse, of which he is but an atom. The world poses before him like an Egyptian sphinx, half buried in sand, and the universe is but a mask, the iron mask of a vague eternity. Briefly told, Albert Pike's life is as follows. He was born in Boston, Massachusetts, December the 29th, 1809, and was educated at Harvard. For some years he engaged in teaching. In 1831 he accompanied an expedition to Santa Fe and subsequently explored the headwaters of the Red and Brazos rivers. In December 1832 we find him located at Fort Smith, Arkansas. He edited the Arkansas Advocate in 1833 to 1836 and was admitted to the bar. He commanded a squadron in the Mexican War and fought at Buena Vista. In 1847 he received the surrender at Mapami. When in the Civil War broke out, the Confederate government appointed him Indian Commissioner and later Brigadier General. After the war he practiced law in Memphis and edited the Memphis Appeal from 1867 to 68. In the year 1868, he removed to Washington, where he practiced law until 1880, after which period he devoted his time to the Scottish Rite, revising and elaborating the rituals of the old French degree and writing the philosophical lectures to accompany them. also engaging in other literary labors of a Masonic character. In his 20th year, General Pike wrote his Hymns to the Gods. Notice that's Hymns to the Gods, plural, published in Blackwood's magazine in 1839, thus establishing his reputation as a poet of the first rank. There were subsequently included in Nagai, a volume of poems privately printed in 1854. In 1873 and 1882, he issued two other collections of poems which were privately printed. The Battle Hymn of the Confederacy was written by Pike to the air of Dixie. During his career as a lawyer, Pike wrote a number of law books of value, but his reputation was established by his Morals and Dogma, 1870, and his remarkable poems. In a chapter of Royal Ark Masons, there are three officers who bear the title of Master of the Veils. These veils are, like those of the tabernacle, set up in the wilderness of four colors: blue, purple, scarlet, and white. Josephus says that they represented the four elements. Each master of a veil is armed with a sword and bears a banner of the appropriate color. One of them is stationed at the blue, another at the purple, and yet another at the scarlet veil. It is the Royal Ark Captain, however, who guards the white veil. This, ladies and gentlemen, was written by a Freemason of the 33rd degree of the southern jurisdiction of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, Henry Ridgely Evans, and it is entitled The Master of the Veils. It was printed in the official magazine for the Supreme Council of the 33rd degree of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, entitled The New Age. This appeared in volume number 9, that's Roman numeral 9, June 1908 to December 1908. Should you wish to look it up. Should you also wish to explore the true writings of General Albert Pike, you'll find that he was not a Christian. You'll find that the God that he believed in, ladies and gentlemen, was not the God of the Bible, for he believed that that Bible represented a God who was vicious and cruel, and that man's true Savior was not Jesus Christ, whom you will find was never mentioned in any of that article, is never mentioned in any of the writings of General Albert Pike, but he does make frequent reference to his true God and his true Savior, the one that he believes through the interpretation of the mystery religion of the account of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden to be Lucifer, who set man free from the imprisonment in the garden, and his caretaking, innocent, and thus stupid status brought him the gift of fire, intellect, so that man himself could know good and evil. And through the use of that intellect and his experience through the ages, partaking of the good and the evil, will someday himself become God. That is the true lost word, lost light. That is the truth of these secret fraternal orders. I doubt seriously if anybody at the lower degrees knows anything about any of it. And that is why they have the pyramidal structure of degrees, and there are so few at the top and so many at the bottom. That is why they must take blood oaths to protect the secrets, to protect the brotherhood, and to protect each other. They are consummate liars. I have no beef with their religion, for they have a right to practice whichever religion they wish, ladies and gentlemen. Their ultimate accounting will be to God, not to me. My beef with them is in their lying to the rest of us, in their gross deceptions to guide humanity in a direction which we may not wish to go, in their tremendous unfairness in giving their fellow brothers the deal over the man who is not a fellow brother, and in giving the grossest convictions and awards in courts of law to those who they call the profane, while letting their brothers go free, or letting them off with a pat on the hand, or a small fine, or a very short sentence, and huge rewards in civil cases. You will find that most judges, not all, most judges in city, state, and federal courts belong to one or other of the fraternal orders which harbor at the highest degrees those known as the Illuminati. The ones who believe themselves to be the receptacles of the only truly mature minds, and thus the only ones, they say, rightfully destined to rule the capital, which is you and I. As much due diligence as they have practiced to attempt to keep all of this a secret, ladies and gentlemen, over the hundreds and thousands of years of their existence, it has crept out in writings and in hieroglyphic reliefs, in books, in symbols, in ceremonies, in the relief and in the buildings of ancient and modern architecture. They made reference in the article that the ancient cathedrals were the Bibles of the day, where the religion was recorded in the edifice in stone. What they don't tell you, that when the ancient cathedrals of Europe were dismantled over the years one by one to be cleaned and rebuilt and shored up to make them safer for modern congregations and for tourists and for history, when the great slab stone was lifted from the top of the altar, in each and every one was found a great stone penis, the phallus of Osiris. And I could go on and on and on, and this is all a matter of historical record. But read Morals and Dogma. Read everything that you can by Albert Pike. You'll find that he is acknowledged in the works of Freemasons everywhere as the greatest Freemason who has ever lived, and the one who opened up the lost word so that they could all understand it more easily. And if you read his works diligently, your mind will suddenly see a glimmer through the fog. As you walk toward that glimmer and you study his works more, you will see that the fog will part, and there truly indeed will be a light, ladies and gentlemen, but it will be the light of your intellect shining upon the black light of the lies of Freemasonry, and will reveal to you that Lucifer is their God. But not in any sense of reality, for they do not acknowledge that there is a Lucifer, or a Jehovah, or an Adonai, or a Yahweh. They believe that their God is themselves. That all of these other things are just symbols, metaphors, and allegories.
veils, if you will. Veils that hide the truth from all but the very highest degrees, the most studied of the brotherhood, those that are admitted to the very sacrosanct caverns and groves, if you will. And only those who have studied the symbology of the mysteries will understand what I just said. And I said it purposely for them. To ultimately disappear behind the veil themselves and to become one of the 1,000 points of light, working toward the completion of the great work, the final examination of the grand experiment, to place their king upon the throne of the world. They will do this when they have eliminated all existing religions, save theirs. And you will notice that all religions in the world are changing now, coming closer together, becoming more humanistic in their thinking, practicing what's known as liberation theology, which, ladies and gentlemen, is nothing more than Marxism. And Marxism renounces God. The ultimate end of the blending of all of this and the coming together will be the practice of the religion of Freemasonry, which is itself the ancient religion of Babylon, reborn in the modern age after it has been kept hidden. Kept hidden, ladies and gentlemen, in the little boat made of reeds, floating through the waters of life until it is found by the handmaiden of Pharaoh's daughter, who will then take the young babe Horus out, walk it to the farthest extent of Pride Rock, and hold it aloft for all to see. And then, ladies and gentlemen, there will be no more nation states. There will be no more wars. There will be no more various religions scattered throughout the world. There will be no more than 500 million people upon the face of this earth. And there will never be allowed to be any more than that number. And there will be no more freedom for anyone. Information will be controlled. History will disappear and be rewritten, so there will be no memory of what has gone before. And there will be no hope of deliverance. For the technology that they are developing in secret will be the most terrible weapons of destruction for those who will oppose the great new utopian socialist world order that has ever been contemplated in the mind of man in the history of this world, and can little be imagined. It's not too late to turn it around. But based upon my observations and my experience, no such thing will happen. No such thing will happen, ladies and gentlemen. And when they begin to squeeze the pinchers and disarm the American people and bring together this utopian socialist order upon the ashes of what once was the greatest nation upon the face of this earth, bar none in the history of the world, and the freest, most educated, most well-off people who have ever lived upon this earth, a small handful of men like me and women
will stand and fight the last battle for freedom. It will be a long battle, and it will be fought over many years. And there'll be a lot of crying and suffering. And I haven't the slightest idea who's going to win that battle, ladies and gentlemen. But I know something from my study of the world and its history. Those who fight for ideas and who are willing to die for those ideas have never been beaten in the history of the world, not once. Those who fight for a paycheck and a promise of a retirement are the easiest armies to defeat and always have been, regardless of the magnitude or the terror of their weapons. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Think about tonight's episode of The Hour of the Time and determine what it is that you will do. Will you bend down and place the chains around your own ankles and march docilely into your enslavement? Or will you join with those of us who will fight that last battle for freedom? You see, you're going to die someday anyway. Why not die for something that's right and something that's good? If you're going to die. And I can assure you, ladies and gentlemen, despite the fact that some may think they are God, we are all going to die. God bless each and every single one of you.
I'm William Cooper, and this is The Hour of the Time. Make sure you have pen and paper again ready with you tonight, ladies and gentlemen, because once again, we're going to be covering some highly unusual information. But I want to tell you right off the bat, if you have a computer, there is nothing that I'm going to give you tonight that is not on our website. So, if you miss something, you can go to the website and you can get all of this stuff. Well, not quite all of it. Almost all of it. Let me put it that way. So, pay attention, because this is one of those nights in your continuing education on the lost light. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. This according to the Thelemic Order of the Golden Dawn. At the very top of their emblem, ladies and gentlemen, is the symbol of the rose. There is now established in the world a new order of the Golden Dawn. It is a magical, religious, scientific order dedicated to the teachings of Aleister Crowley. The principal function of the new order is to assist in the initiation of aspirants into the magical life of Thelema. It is a magical order of the new aeon, wherein men and women, by the essential aids of science and religion, can participate in the great work of Thelema. The new order of the Golden Dawn is called in the Latin tongue Novus Ordo Aurora Aurea. It is also called the Order of the Thelemic Golden Dawn. The Golden Dawn now embraces and upholds the law of Thelema and seeks to extend that law in the world to establish the new kingdom of Horus upon earth. The rising god of the new temple is Horus, the crowned and conquering child of the new aeon. Born from the past, aeons of Isis and Osiris, the old temple has been transformed into a new temple for our Lord Horus to indwell, that the great work of the new aeon may be accomplished in his name. Love is the law, love under will. Those of you who have been listening to this broadcast for quite some time will have no trouble interpreting what I just read. Those of you who have not probably think it's just a bunch of mumbo-jumbo, but I can assure you
that it has the utmost importance for your future well-being and the future freedom of your children and grandchildren. Aeon, as you know, means age in the Greek. So new aeon means new age. It is the magical order of the new age, wherein men and women, by the essential aids of science and religion, meaning their religion, can participate in the great work of Thelema. And for all practical purposes, you could just leave off of Thelema, because the great work is, after all, the great work. Seeks to extend that law in the world to establish the new kingdom of Horus. Who is Horus? Horus, ladies and gentlemen, is the full body of initiates upon earth. The rising god of the new temple is Horus. Now, do you understand what that means? The rising god of the new temple is Horus, the full body of the adepts, the initiates of the secret orders, the crowned and conquering child of the new aeon, meaning new age, born from the past aeons of Isis and Osiris, meaning that they have learned from the mistakes of the past, and they intend to exert their influence and control over the world. They say the old temple has been transformed into a new temple for our Lord Horus to indwell. Now, if you understand what that means, it means that man is God. The Lord Horus, the full body of adepts, the only truly mature minds endowed to rule upon this earth. And that the great work, the accomplishment of the bringing in of the new totalitarian socialist order of the new age may be accomplished in His name. Whose name? Horus's name. Who is Horus? Well, I said it 3 times. If you didn't catch it, I don't know how else to tell you, ladies and gentlemen. Most of you who've been living your life in fantasy and ignoring what's going on around you and thinking that all of this stuff is just a bunch of gobbledygook are in for the shock of your lives. In fact, I think that when all this comes down, I really believe this in my heart, many of you will just simply lose your mind. You will wander about the streets in a daze, sort of a trance, not being able to comprehend what has happened or why or who brought it about. Why you have to bear such a terrible burden of suffering during the chaotic transition from the new disintegration of the old society to the old implementation of the new world order. And it will happen exactly that way. Why did I put it in those terms, ladies and gentlemen? Because there truly is nothing new under the sun. I know that many of you believe that you know the story of Christopher Columbus. I think that most of us, especially in the United States of America, in Spain, probably in the great maritime countries of Europe, such as Portugal and England and Holland, have studied the life of Christopher Columbus at some point in our lives, and if not, we at least cursorily brushed over it in school. And the story is different depending upon where you hear it, but I can guarantee you the public or exoteric version of the story is not the true tale, ladies and gentlemen. And they hear a different story in Latin America and in the Caribbean Ocean and the Gulf of Mexico than they do in North America. And there is a different story told in Spain and in Portugal and in England that is told in the Americas. Which story is the correct story? And why is it important that we should know these things? And what does it have to do with the MGM Grand Hotel in Las Vegas, which, ladies and gentlemen, from the air is a huge, gigantic green cross with a huge head of a lion over the main entrance, diagonal to the crux of the cross, and the lion is looking directly at the pyramid of the Luxor Hotel, and the beam of light that nightly shines up into outer space, the brightest light upon the face of this earth. What is the connection? Is there a connection? Well, I can guarantee you there is. Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen, there is. There's also a connection with Mikhail Gorbachev's foundation, which flies the flag with a green cross upon it, and his Green Cross organization, which, by the way, is busy as a hornet's nest, trying to bring about the dissolution of nation-states, religions, and the formation of world government, and they make no secret about it. Well, just what is this connection, ladies and gentlemen? And what has it got to do with Christopher Columbus? Well, let's see if we can discover exactly where that link is, if we can. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, that the Knights Templar were not a church organization. They were founded on the Temple Mount by the King of Jerusalem. They were not recognized by the church until many years later, when they rose to a position of extreme power and wealth. And it was all political, had nothing to do with the worship of Jesus Christ or Christianity, I can assure you. And they never, in their history, protected the pilgrims on their way to and from the Middle East. That is a myth, a complete myth, ladies and gentlemen. One of their goals was to rebuild the Temple of Solomon. But that is a metaphor for their true purpose, ladies and gentlemen, which had nothing to do with building a stone temple upon the mount in Jerusalem. It had to do with the perfection of humanity and the bringing about of a new race of men. So with that small a bit of knowledge to prepare you for what I'm going to give you now, I hope that you will be able to understand it. For years, we have been told the story of Christopher Columbus in the date of 1492. But with the title of a book, The Untold Story of Christopher Columbus, by George Grant, there is fuel for thought. And it agrees with everything that I have researched, ladies and gentlemen, and brought to you on the episodes of the Hour of the Time. James Wolfe lived a year on San Salvador Island in the Bahamas. He had to read the untold story. So in a nutshell, he wrote a few strings of what he learned. Seems as if Mr. George Grant, in his book, The Last Crusader, sees the trip as a way to raise money to help fund another crusade. An hour before moonrise on October the 11th, Columbus saw, or thought he saw, a light in the darkness along the western horizon. He wrote, and I quote, like a little wax candle rising and falling, end quote. In his daily logbook entry for December the 26th, 1492, the Admiral wrote, quote, I hope to God that when I come back here from Castile, which I intend on doing, that I will find a barrel of gold for which these people I am leaving will have traded, and that they will have found the gold mine and the spices, and in such quantities that within 3 years the sovereigns will prepare for and undertake the reconquest of the Holy Land. I have already petitioned your holinesses to see that all the profits of this my enterprise should be spent on the conquest of Jerusalem. And your highness smiled and said that the idea pleased them, and that even without the expedition they had the inclination to do it. In a letter to Isabella, he asserted, "The argument I have for the restitution of the Temple Mount to the Holy Church is simple. I only hold fast to the Holy Scriptures and to the prophetic citations attributed to certain holy men who were carried along by divine wisdom. Remember with what little cost you undertook the reconquest of Granada, and with what great reward." Later, in a letter to Pope Alexander VI, he underscored the seriousness of his intentions. "The enterprise must be undertaken in order to spend any profits therein for the redemption of the sepulchre and the Temple Mount unto the Holy Church." And 2 more times he wrote, "I must repeat, for the execution of the enterprise to the Indies, neither reason nor mathematics nor cartography were of profit to me in the manner that the prophecies of Scripture were. This is what I have to report concerning the liberation of Jerusalem. Be glad. If there is any faith in us, the enterprise is bound for victory. At the time I was motivated by the Scriptures to go to discover the Indies. I went to the royal court with the intention of entreating our sovereigns to specify revenues that they might accrue to be spent on the reconquest of Jerusalem. So this last crusader set sail for Jerusalem, and somewhere along the way, ladies and gentlemen, he discovered America." Sounds like a Knight Templar to me. But still the question was he connected to the Templars? Baigent and Lay, in their book, The Temple and the Lodge, write that in Portugal, the Templars were cleared by an inquiry and simply modified their name. I revealed this to you many years ago, becoming the Knights of Christ. Vasco da Gama was a Knight of Christ. Prince Henry the Navigator was a Grand Master of the Order. Ships of the Knights of Christ sailed under the Templars' familiar red Patay cross. And it was under the same cross that Columbus's 3 caravels crossed the Atlantic to the New World. Columbus himself was married to the daughter of a former Grand Master of the Order and had access to his father-in-law's charts and diaries. Stephen Howarth, in his book The Knights Templar, feels that due to the Templars' secrecy and unknown events, fantastic notions and myths can neither be proved nor disproved. And of course, that is what they want you to believe. And thus some people like to believe that the Templars found the Ark of the Covenant. Surviving Portuguese Templars were absorbed into a new royal military order. Christopher Columbus was a Templar. Brother John J. Robinson writes in his book, Dungeon, Fire, and Sword, in Portugal, King Dennis I took both men and properties of the Templars into a new secular order called the Militia of Jesus Christ, or more popularly, the Knights of Christ, responsible directly to the king. In 1319, the order received the papal blessing of John the 22nd, who recognized it as a revival of the Knights Templar. Its most famous Prince Henry the Navigator and Vasco da Gama. The Knights of Christ used the distinctive red cross patay worn by the Templars, the same cross that artists used to decorate the sails of Columbus's ships, the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria. But, and this is cleverly omitted from the book, ladies and gentlemen, and from the book review, the flag Columbus planted on the beach when he landed for the first time in the New World was a white flag bearing a green cross. And all the while, the King and Queen of Spain thought that he went there to claim that land for him and rightfully should have planted the flag of the royal house of Spain. But that is not at all what happened. The flag, ladies and gentlemen, the green cross upon a white field, that Columbus planted in the New World, to claim the New World for a secret order of the Knights Templar. And that is the truth. Have you ever, ladies and gentlemen, wondered where the origination of Friday the 13th actually occurred? Well, it occurred in France. And I'm going to tell you that story now. I've told it to you before. But you see, I always get these letters from people who say, "I don't believe what you're saying, Bill Cooper." So I will read you the research of someone else. Nancy J. Gill. And here's what she says. "I recently checked out a book from the library called Off the Road, a modern-day walk down the Pilgrim's Route into Spain. Copyright 1994, published by Simon & Schuster. The author, Jack Hitt, decided to sidestep an anticipated midlife crises by abandoning his safe, comfortable American life to follow the pilgrimage route to Santiago de Compostela, Spain, the putative final resting place of St. James the Apostle. Lasting 2 months or more, depending on the starting place, the walk traditionally winds up just before St. James' feast day, July 25th. Along the route of Europe's oldest form of packaged tour, he encountered a varied cast of characters and a host of legends, and one in particular caught my eye. And this is the story. The King of France at the turn of the 14th century was known as an uncommonly handsome man. He was called Philippe le Bel, the Beautiful. Philip the Beautiful. An ironic epithet for a king of Gothic pitilessness. Because of the French king's constant financial problems, relations between Paris and Rome had degenerated into a ludicrous state of affairs. The Beautiful had exhausted all the usual medieval methods for balancing the books. He had stolen all the property that he could. He had arrested all the Jews and taken their wealth. He had devalued his currency. So as a last resort, he tried to tax the church. But Pope Boniface VIII was a fat and dissolute pontiff. One contemporary described him as nothing but eyes and tongue in a holy, putrefying body, a devil. The Beautiful himself openly referred to him as your fatuity, but Boniface knew the rules of the game as well. And this is the true story, ladies and gentlemen, of the Beauty and the Beast. And the end of the story is the hopeful reunion between all of these warring factions, some beautiful, some ugly, but absolutely necessary to bring the world together into one. The Beautiful himself openly referred to him as your fatuity. Can you imagine that? Calling the Pope such a name? In retaliation for France's new fiscal arrangements, the Pope issued a dictum forbidding the taxation of the clergy. And here you have a rock and a hard spot. So the beautiful closed French borders to the exportation of gold bullion, cutting off Rome's transalpine money supply. And to rub it in, he arrested the Bishop of Pamiers and charged him with blasphemy, sorcery, and fornication. And you know what? At least some of it was probably true. So the Pope issued a bull condemning the arrest and revoked some of the beautiful's papal privileges. Well, Philippe le Bel burned his copy of the bull in public. And folks, for those of you who don't understand all of this, a bull is not an animal with horns here. A bull issued by the Pope is an order, as a matter of fact, an edict, if you will. The Pope, in turn, delivered a stinging sermon filled with ominous warnings that the church was a creature with one head, not a monster with two. And the beautiful issued charges in absentia against the Pope himself, alleging blasphemy, sorcery, and sodomy. Fornication wasn't big enough for the Pope, had to be sodomy. The Pope, in turn, excommunicated the beautiful. Now that's a real serious thing in those days, folks. He compared the French to dogs and hinted that they lacked souls. His nuncios leaked a rumor that the pontiff might well excommunicate the entire country. Sound a little like your children at play in the backyard? The peasants were stirred by such threats, and the beautiful quickly grasped that revolution was a better future to them than excommunication. So he acted fast, dispatching an army to Anagni, where the Pope was staying. He placed the 86-year-old pontiff under house arrest. The locals, however, managed to save him, but a month later Boniface passed away. And some allege that he succumbed to shock at the outrage. Beautiful returned to his economic problems. His wife died in 1305, and since he no longer would have to kiss a woman's lips, he applied for membership in the Knights Templar. The permanent Knights of the Paris Temple may have suspected that his intentions were less than pious, and did something almost unspeakable. They blackballed the king. Now, in case you don't know what that means, even today in the Masonic Lodge, when a member or when a profane is proposed for membership by one of the order, all of the members are given two little balls, one white and one black. And a box is passed around amongst the membership. And folks, when the box is opened, if there is one black ball in the box, the candidate cannot be admitted for initiation into the order or into the lodge. So apparently, Philippe le Bel received at least one black ball in the box when the Templars passed the box around the membership. For they blackballed the king. Now you don't just blackball a king. The following year, the Grand Master of the Knights Templar, Jacques de Molay, returned to Europe from the Mediterranean in a show of luxury. He was accompanied by 60 knights in a baggage train of mules laden with gold and jewels. And around that time, the beautiful was more desperate than ever to solve his messy state finances. He tripled the price of everything in France overnight. An open rebellion broke out in the streets. Rioters threatened to kill him. He fled to the Parisian temple and begged the knights for protection. Oh, how humiliating. So in the fall of 1307, Philippe le Bel the Beautiful arranged a state action impressive even in these days of data highways and rapid deployment teams, because this is something that is so difficult to pull off. On September 14th, he mass mailed a set of sealed orders to every bailiff, seneschal, deputy, and officer in his entire kingdom. The functionaries were forbidden under penalty of death to open the papers before Thursday night, October the 12th. The following Friday morning, October the 13th, alert to their secret instructions, armies of officials slipped out of their barracks. By sundown, nearly all the Knights Templar throughout France were in jails. One estimate puts the arrest at 2,000, another as high as 5,000. Only 20 actually escaped from France. The initial charges were vague, but they didn't sound good. A bitter thing, a lamentable thing, a horrible to think of and terrible to hear. A detestable crime they were accused of, an execrable evil, an abominable act, a repulsive disgrace, a thing almost inhuman, indeed alien to all humanity, has, thanks to the reports of several trustworthy persons, reached our ear, smiting us grievously and causing us to tremble with the utmost horror. What followed was so foul, according to folklore, that Templar sympathizers cursed the day itself, condemning it as evil, Friday the 13th. Whose reputation, ladies and gentlemen, has never recovered. And because of it, and because of the torture that followed, worked upon the Templars in their captivity, and the eventual burning at the stake of almost all of them, including their Grand Master, Jacques de Molay, the Templars who had fled France, and all of the Templars who were residing or traveling or happened to find themselves in other countries at the time, went underground, moved into the various fraternal orders that existed at that time, and rose to the top and took them over. Some went to Scotland and fought with Robert the Bruce, and were rewarded for their heroism, their valor, and their military help at a time when he needed it. At a time when their help actually gave Scotland the edge, and they won their freedom from England, and formed the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. The Templars have vowed, ladies and gentlemen, to strike back and destroy all the monarchies in the world, topple the kings and queens and princes from their thrones, to destroy the church, all existing religions, as they put it, and shackle the mob. Why were they angry at the mob, ladies and gentlemen? Because the profane peasantry and the middle class flocked to the burnings of the Templars and cheered and jeered and threw things at them and made fun of them in their misery and their suffering. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the origin of Friday the 13th. It is also why some of the most terrible upheavals in the history of the world since then have occurred in October. You ever hear of the October Revolution? The October stock market crashes, not one, not two, not three, a whole bunch. And guess what's going to happen next month, folks? If you have ever been to Washington, D.C., or for that matter, Dealey Plaza in Dallas, Texas, where John F. Kennedy was assassinated, you probably did not notice the occult symbology that surrounded you in these places, nor would you have noticed it, being a profane, uninitiated, being illiterate in the secret language of the Brotherhood. You would not have noticed the same exact symbols in the outer courtyard of the Vatican, which is, ladies and gentlemen, a round temple of the sun, similar to Stonehenge, with an obelisk standing erect in the center, and there is always a reflecting pool. Usually somewhere around there will be a triangle of some sort or a pyramidal structure. There will always be columns. Recognize any of that, ladies and gentlemen? In case you don't know what an obelisk is, the Washington Monument is an obelisk. Pat Buchanan identified himself as a member of these secret orders last Christmas when he sent out as a Christmas card a picture of an obelisk with a red ribbon tied around its base, the two bows, or the two loops of the bow, signifying the testes. For the obelisk is really the symbol of the phallus of Osiris, the lost word, the lost light, the severed part which Osiris was unable to find. Remember that the sun is the doctrine, Osiris. Isis is the church, the moon. The full body of adepts, the initiates, the Illuminati, are the child Horus, all searching for the lost word, the generative force, if you will, the creative power of God that is within them. And if you've been to the Luxor Pyramid Hotel in Las Vegas, I'm sure that many of you went through the 3 different entertainment acts called the Search for the Obelisk, and did not even realize that you were in a temple of initiation, and that when you left, in your subconscious, you were a Freemason, Master Mason, as a matter of fact, at that point, but without portfolio and without conscious memory or knowledge of what had just happened to you. In Washington, D.C., you will see the symbology everywhere, and if you go into the rotunda of the Capitol building and look straight up, a thing that most people never do, you will see that the people who built Washington, D.C. were not Christians, not ever. And most of the founding fathers were not either. They were deists. They were members of the Jacobin clubs. They were members of the Freemasonic lodges. George Washington and Benjamin Franklin were masters of their lodges. Thomas Jefferson actually defended Adam Weishaupt when the Illuminati was criticized publicly, just in case you thought it was all a big joke. It wasn't a joke to Thomas Jefferson, who, by the way, wrote his own Bible. He literally tore up the King James Version of the Bible, said it was disgusting. There could be no such God in this universe, and he wrote his own. Isn't it amazing how shocked you can be to learn that you have been taught lies over the years? And that even now that you're being given the truth, you will resist it and you will rave at me, the messenger, because you don't want to hear it, based upon sheer emotion alone, without even checking the facts, as you should do, as I admonish you to do. Listen to everyone, read everything, believe absolutely nothing unless you can prove it in your own research. Go out and prove me wrong, and you will shortly find that I am right, if you do your research properly. Also in Washington, D.C. is a building called the Pentagon, which houses the Magi. For the senior ranks of the military, there is made up in that circle of men a secret order founded by George Washington called the Knights of the Golden Circle. Its first chapter was formed among the officers who had served with George Washington during the Revolutionary War. Most of them were also Freemasons. A pentagon, ladies and gentlemen, is but a very thin disguise for a pentagram. That's right, for a pentagram. For a pentagon is made up of the lines drawn from the tips of the points of the pentagram, or the five-pointed star, to form a pentagram. Within every pentagon is a pentagram. Just in case you weren't aware of that. In the language of the initiates, the pentagram is also known as the Star of Light, when it represents or symbolizes the regenerate man or initiate. The Holy Pentagram, or Star of the Magi, according to Eliphas Levi, the great initiate of France, was known to the French Gnostic school as the Blazing Star. The sign of the intellectual omnipotent autocracy, or spiritually enlightened masters, known amongst the adepts as the Magi. The Star of the Magi is the Word made flesh, and according to the direction of its rays, this absolute symbol represents good or evil, order or disorder. The saving Lamb of Ormond and St. John are the accursed goat of Mendes. It symbolizes initiation or profanation. It is at once Lucifer or Vesper, the morning or evening star. It is Mary or Lilith, victory or death, light or darkness. When the pentagram elevates two of its points, it, like the reversed triangle, represents Satan or the goat of the mysteries. When it elevates the one point, it is that star of light representing the Savior, goodness, virtue, adoration, reverence. And by Savior, they do not mean Jesus the Christ. They mean the Christ within, the God in man, the intellect that will ultimately make man God. The pentagram is the figure of the human body with its four limbs and a single point representing the head. The human figure with the head downward naturally represents a demonic force, intellectual overturning, misuse of the intellect, disorder, and final insanity. In the magic of the Magi, the hidden science of the occultists, it is a veritable law of the three worlds. The pentagram is an absolute sign, old as history, and more than history, exercises an incalculable influence over souls. The sign of the pentagram is also called the sign of the macrocosm, and represents what the Kabbalists call microprospos. A complete understanding of the pentagram offers man the key to the two worlds. It is the absolute in philosophy and science. The ancient Magi drew the sign of the pentagram on their doorsteps to protect them against evils and to seek the help of all that is good. The G, which ancient Freemasons placed in the center of the blazing star, signified gnosis and generation. It also symbolized the two sacred words, at the same time having reference to the grand architect or universal builder. All the mysteries of the Magi, all the symbols of the gnosis, all the figures of occultism, all the Kabbalistic keys of prophecy are summed up, ladies and gentlemen, in the sign of the pentagram, which was pronounced by Paracelsus the greatest and most potent of all signs. Those who paid little heed to the sign of the cross trembled at the sight of the star of the microcosm. And this was taken from the preface of Nidor Priestess of the Magi, or Blazing Star, by Dr. J.T. Bettiero, former Supreme Grand Preceptor of the Magi. How about that?
I bet that made you stop and think, didn't it? If this is a Christian nation, why is there an obelisk representing the Phallus of Osiris in Washington, D.C.? Why, when you stand in the rotunda of the Capitol building and look straight up at the inside of the dome, do you see a painting of George Washington riding in the chariot, being pulled by the horses across the heavens as Apollo, the god of the sun? And why is it that around this big painting of George Washington in the chariot of Apollo are pictured all the old gods of the Roman pantheon? Mercury, Zeus, all of them, ladies and gentlemen. And why is there a huge pentagon hiding in its structure the greatest occult power known to man, the pentagram? And why are the streets shaped like the compass and the square? And all of the other symbology that exists there. I think you'd better wake up, ladies and gentlemen. For there has always been a secret destiny of America, and it has never been what you have always seemed to think. America has always been headed and directed and guided by the hand of the Illuminati. It was formed for the purpose of giving the common man, for the first time in the history of the world, real freedom. And once that revolutionary effect reverberated around the world, it toppled the kings and queens and princes from their thrones exactly as it was designed to do. And now they are in the process of going about their business of taking that freedom back from the common man and cementing their ties that they have made in the power structure of all the nations of the world to dissolve all the existing religions, all existing nation states, to shackle the mob and bring about their final victory, their utopian socialist world government, which they call the Golden Dawn, the New World Order, the New Age. That moment of silence, ladies and gentlemen, is to let at least some of what you heard tonight sink in. For it had better sink in, and you had better wake up very quickly. For you've been had. We've all been had. By those whom we believed in and trusted, who never, ever, not once believed or trusted in us. And all the while have been about completing the great work, the grand experiment. They believe that the end justifies the means, and there is nothing, absolutely nothing, that they will not do to accomplish their ends. Including blowing up more federal buildings and more trade centers, and burning and murdering more church members as they did in Waco, Texas. There is nothing that they will not do to accomplish their goal, including, ladies and gentlemen, preparing you with a string of propaganda that there are missing atomic bombs in the world, some as small as a suitcase. And once they have prepared you for the proper length of time
if they believe there is no other way to disarm the people of America and bring about the totalitarian state that they want, they will, and I tell you this, they will, and you can bet on it, you can take it to the bank, they will detonate an atomic bomb in an American city. Good night. And God bless each and every single one of you. And may God reach down in His big, endless bucket of mercy and save this republic and its people. You're listening once again to the Hour of the Time. I'm William Cooper. Ladies and gentlemen, remember, next month is October. That's the witching month for financial catastrophe. If you look back through history at the financial dives that the stock market has taken, almost all of them, not all of them, but almost all of them have occurred in the month of October. We know that one of the planks of the Communist Manifesto is to eliminate the middle class, what they call the bourgeoisie. And we also know, ladies and gentlemen, that it's getting close to waltz time. The magical hour when the bell tolls midnight and ushers in the new millennium, which the secret societies and the full body of adepts known as the Illuminati refer to as the Golden Dawn, the New Age, the culmination of the great work, the great plan, the recovery of the lost light, the manifestation of the lost word, etc., etc., etc. So if I were you, I would be prepared for this, because it's got to happen here pretty close, pretty quick, pretty soon. Call Southwest International Trading at 1-800-295-2432. That's Southwest International Trading at 1-800-295-2432, and ask how you can get your hands on some real money while you still can, folks. Because, once this breaks loose, you're not going to touch it with a 10-foot pole. And the way that they're going to machinate the crash, you're not going to want to anyway. If you haven't done it up to this point, you're still a sheeple. And sheeple will follow the Judas goat. You're not going to be thinking for yourself. You haven't up to now. What makes you think you're going to start tomorrow? But the quicker you start, the better off you're going to be. It's 1-800-295-2432. Do it now. For those of you who listen to Michael Cottingham's Quest for Health on the Worldwide Freedom Radio Network, Michael has a picture and a short biography on our webpage. And if you want to see what Michael looks like and read a little bit about his life, go to http://harvest-trust.org and go to the radio broadcasting, and then to the Worldwide Freedom Network, and then where you see Michael's name, click on it, and it'll take you right to his page. And you'll get to see what he looks like, read a little bit about his life, and so on and so forth. The web page is getting huge, ladies and gentlemen, and it is extremely complicated. I got to tell you, just keeping up with what pages where. In fact, I'm having to draw a special chart now, and so that I can visualize what it is that I'm doing on there, because we have now so much information and so many links that it is impossible for one person to remember all of it. It is incredible. For tonight's broadcast, The Illuminati Exposed, the entire text of tonight's broadcast can be found in the Secret Society page. Go to Illuminati Exposed, and you will find it there. It was written by a man named R. Shand, and he did a pretty good job. And you're going to hear tonight that I'm not the only one who has researched these people and come up with exactly the same answers. R. Shand had never heard of me before in his life. And he did his own research. He has come up with the same answers. And so I'm going to give you his version of the Illuminati Exposed tonight on the hour of the time. And if I were you, I would take notes. We're going to call this another tape in the Lost Light series because his research is excellent. I can't fault it anywhere. And the small disagreements that I may have with it, I will add or subtract from tonight's broadcast. So if you want to get the entire thing with my comments and research and knowledge added in on this broadcast, then you need to order this tape. And you can go right to the for sale menu, or the for sale page on the website, and you can download whatever tape list you want, bearing in mind that only the 1997 tapes are for sale. If the most recent tapes aren't on the list yet, it will be updated within the next couple of days, right up to date. And so you don't anymore have to send $1 in a self-addressed stamped envelope. All you have to do is go to the web page, and boop, there it is. It'll give you instructions. All you do is send an email message to our autoresponder, and you will receive whatever tape list it is that you ordered in your email box within 1 hour. Probably a lot less than that, unless there's a whole bunch of people ordering it. If you haven't explored every link and every page on our website, folks, I strongly urge you to do so. For the moment that you hit our home page, you're going to start on an adventure, a quest for truth, the likes of which you have never imagined in your wildest dreams, and it is actually possible to stay on our website now for days and never run out of things to do or things to learn. So, get with it. You need it. We all need it. And folks, while I'm building this website, I'm learning more all the time, just as I always do in every endeavor that I engage myself in. Don't go away. I'll be right back with the Illuminati Exposed. You know, folks, before I begin this, I went through the tapes that we've done on the Illuminati, and it's approaching 100 hours now. The first original series, Mystery Babylon, was 41 tapes. And it wasn't until today, you see, I didn't even realize it, because I just do the broadcast and I give Annie the tapes. I didn't even realize it, but the Luxor videotape is number 33 in the series. So somehow this mysteriously works out the way these people have planned it, I guess. And number 33 being a videotape, when the tapes are sent to whoever orders the series, we always get a letter from them or a postcard saying, number 33 was missing. Just like the lost light, the lost word. And it's incredible. You see, there really is something to the way their magical system of numbers works. And I'm not saying it's good or bad, I'm just saying that there's something to it. And I'm not quite sure exactly what that is. But it's there, nonetheless. Those of you who have done the research and have began to peer in to the mysteries behind the veil, you've also written me letters and you've noticed some of the same things happening with you. And so I thought I would just mention that before getting into the meat of tonight's broadcast. I find it amazing that I've done close to 100 hours just on the Illuminati over the years. That's an awful lot. It's a lot of research, ladies and gentlemen. And not all of the research is mine. Most of it is, and I'm the only one that's ever put it all together and educated what they call the profane into the secrets of the order. Tonight, the Illuminati Exposed by R. Shand. He doesn't start as early in the history of man as I do in my research and in my expose of these people. However, he starts, and that's what's important. And where he starts, from that point forward, almost everything that he has discovered agrees exactly with the research that I have produced, with just some minor differences. And I think that's just because I've been at it for so many more years than anybody else. Robert Anton Wilson, in his book The Cosmic Trigger, wrote, Sufi historian Idries Shah traces the name of the Illuminati back to a verse in the Quran which mentions a shining star. And you can also see Patar and Judean Illuminator for ancient Egyptian and Judean connections to the Illuminati, and there are many. The term Illuminati, according to William T. Still in his book The New World Order, was used by one early writer, Menendez Pelayo, as early as 1492, and is attributable to a group known as the Alumbrados of Spain. The Alumbrados were said to receive secret knowledge from an unknown higher source, resulting in superior human intelligence. This group was condemned by an edict of the Grand Inquisition in 1623, and you all know what happens when that happens. People get barbecued, burned at the stake, tortured, put on the rack, bones broken in all the parts of their body, eyes burned out. Some writers claim that a group known as the Illuminated Ones was founded by Joachim of Flores in the 11th century and taught a primitive, supposedly Christian doctrine of poverty and equality. The 16th century saw the rise of a powerful society based upon a secret cult in the mountains of Afghanistan known as the Roshaniya, or Illuminated Ones. The earliest figure named in the history of the cult is one Bayazid Ansari of Afghanistan, whose family claimed descent from the Ansar, the helpers who assisted Muhammad after his flight from Mecca nearly 1,400 years ago. And as a reward for this service, he stated his ancestors had been granted initiation into the mysteries of the Ishmaelite religion, the secret inner training which dated from Abraham's rebuilding of the temple at Mecca, the mystical Hiram. Not far from Peshawar, which is now in the northwest of Pakistan, Bayazid set up a small school where he carefully coached those who had been initiated by him in the knowledge of the supernatural that he claimed. A period of probation was expected from each candidate, during which he would go into periods of concealment or meditation, known as khilwat, or silence. During this time, he was to receive the illumination, which was emanated from the Supreme Being, who desired a class of perfect men and women to carry out the organization and direction of the world. Merchants and soldiers contributed lavishly to the chief's upkeep and his most expensive military, political, and espionage system. At this stage of success, Bayazid now preached that there was no afterlife of the kind currently believed in. No reward, no punishment, only a spirit state which was completely different from earthly life. The spirits, if they belonged to the order, could continue to enjoy themselves and be earthly powers, acting through living members. Eat, drink, and be merry. Gain power, look after yourself. You have no allegiance except to the order, he told them, and all humanity which cannot identify itself by our secret sign is our lawful prey. Oh, how many times have I told you that? 40 years after the last religio-military leader of the Afghan Illuminated Ones died, a society of the same name, known as the Illuminati, came into being in Germany, formed, it is said, by one Adam Weishaupt. And if you look into the meaning of the word Adam and Weishaupt, you'll find that the symbology and the hidden code is everywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Weishaupt was said to have been a young professor of canon law at Ingolstadt University. Coincidences of date and beliefs connect these Bavarian Illuminati with the Afghan ones and also with other cults which called themselves Illumined. And for reference, you can look in Secret Societies by Arkan Darul. Adam Weishaupt was a strange duck indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Rather than obey the dictates of the real and adjust himself to his reduced limits, late 18th century man took refuge among phantoms, satisfying his nostalgia with the marvels offered by impostors and necromancers. He fled matter and denied its existence, and a whole culture began collapsing. Adam Weishaupt adopted the teachings of radical French philosophers such as Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 1712 to 1778, and the anti-Christian doctrines of the Manichaeans. He was indoctrinated in Egyptian occultism in 1771 by a merchant of unknown origin named Colmer, who was said to have traveled Europe in search of converts. Brilliant and well trained by the Jesuits in the conspiratorial methods of access to power, young Weishaupt decided to organize a body of conspirators, determined to free the world from the Jesuitical rule of Rome and help humanity back to the pristine Christian faith of the Hermetic martyrs. He is reputed to have been initiated by a German merchant named Colmer. He had spent many years in Egypt into a secret doctrine based on Manichaeism. May Day of 1776, Weishaupt founded his own sect of the very perfectibles, better known as the Illuminati, with 5 original members self-described as reformist libertarians, partisans of absolute equality. And that you can find in The Magic of Obelisks by Peter Tompkins. And while we're here on the subject of the training that Adam Weishaupt received from the Jesuits, ladies and gentlemen, it is incredible that people would believe that Adam Weishaupt, who was in fact a Jesuit priest, would divorce himself from his original order and form something called the Illuminati in order to get even with the Jesuits and to break their power. Because, ladies and gentlemen, the Jesuits came out of the Illuminati themselves. Remember the reference to the Alumbrados of Spain? Well, Ignatius Loyola, ladies and gentlemen, who was the first general of the Jesuits, sometimes referred to as the Black Pope, was a member, in fact, the leader of the Alumbrados in Spain. He was the leader of the Spanish Illuminati. He was arrested by the Inquisition. He was in the process of being interrogated just prior to the torture phase when he used his influence through his brothers of the Illuminati to gain an audience with the Pope. He entered the chambers of the Pope crawling on his hands and knees, ladies and gentlemen, and when he emerged, he was the general of a new order called the Society of Jesus, and some say had as much or more power than the Pope, or as the Pope, as the case may be. And that was the birth of the society known as the Jesuits. You can see them practicing their subversion around the world now as they teach Marxist liberation theology in third world nations. And so it goes on and on and on. So those of you who believe that Adam Weishaupt began his branch of the Bavarian Illuminati to get even with the Jesuits, you still haven't done all the research that you need to do, ladies and gentlemen, because that is not the case. Never was the case, never could be the case, for they are the same order. Adam Weishaupt, now I'm continuing with Arshan's expose. Adam Weishaupt, professor of canon law at the University of Ingolstadt, conceived the idea of founding an order which by mutual helpfulness council and philosophic discussions would increase morality and virtue, lay the foundation for the reformation of the world, and oppose the progress of evil, all of which objectives were expressed in the name Order of Perfectibilists, or Perfectionists, which was soon changed to Illuminati, which is best translated as intellectually inspired. Modesty and humility seems to have been no trait of Weishaupt, for he was one of the first to attempt to fly with little knowledge of human aerodynamics. His ambition outweighed his judgment. His ideals were too refined for a rude world. Like many other promoters, Weishaupt sought the aid of Freemasonry to give his machine both propulsion and ballast. And apparently he didn't know that at the highest levels of Freemasonry was already installed the Knights Templar, fully in control of that branch of the Illuminati. But it dragged Freemasonry down without helping Illuminism very much, and only because Weishaupt had a big mouth. One of the tenets of the order is you never admit its existence. And that's the first thing that he did. You see, people point to the Bavarian Illuminati as being the only branch that ever existed. Not true, ladies and gentlemen. It's the only branch whose leader was foolish enough to allow the public to know that it existed. And it wouldn't surprise me at all to find that the Illuminati itself had been a major movement in the destruction of Weishaupt's order. Weishaupt, they say, was too shrewd and subtle for his own good, though such qualities gave him headway for a time. Although he formerly belonged to the Jesuits, he secured admission to a lodge of Freemasonry in 1777. Ironically, that was named the Lodge of Caution. We are not informed as to just how Weishaupt became associated with Adolf Franz Friedrich Ludwig Baron von Knigge, for the latter lived in North Germany, was of the nobility, and after his initiation in 1773, showed very little interest in Freemasonry. But noblemen were found in abundance in the most fraudulent orders in Germany. Claiming some Masonic connections, Weishaupt in 1780 dispatched the Marquis de Costanzo to propagate Illuminism in the north, and Knigge probably then first showed interest in the society. He became more and more enthusiastic as the plan was revealed to him, and in 1781 accepted the invitation to visit Bavaria and receive full access to all of Weishaupt's materials. Knigge not only completed the scale of degrees, ladies and gentlemen, but became a proponent of them, bringing to his aid the assistance of Johann J.C. Bode, a prominent German Freemason. The order was at first very popular and attracted, it is said, some of the best men in Germany and also some of the worst. It had 2,000 names on its rolls and spread to France, Belgium, Holland, Denmark, Sweden, Poland, Hungary, and Italy. And you can find that referenced in Coyle's Masonic Encyclopedia 1961 by Henry Wilson Coyle. In Peter Tompkins' The Magic of Obelisk, we find, unable in Catholic Bavaria to achieve this utopian goal by direct means, Weishaupt determined to work from within an existing organization, the Masonic Order. And by 1779, there were 54 members of the Illuminati, mostly young noblemen and clergymen, established in 4 Bavarian cities, and thereafter, with the help of a Masonic bookseller, Johann Bode, the order branched out through southern Germany and Australia. Back it up here, Austria, that's Germany and Austria, and down into France and northern Italy. Intellectuals such as Goethe, Schiller, Mozart, and Herder were attracted and actually were members. In Coyle's Masonic Encyclopedia, again, Knigge especially was a highly religious and intellectual man, and would have had nothing to do with that or any other order which was anti-Christian, yet the vicious attacks and accusations by Barruel and Robison had great influence, and it was even charged that the Illuminati were themselves agents of the Jesuits, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is closer to the truth than you will ever know, though the latter were opposing it in their usual secret manner. The Illuminati were extremely secretive, even identifying themselves in their chapters by assumed classical names. For example, Weishaupt was Spartacus, Nigi was Philo, Ingolstadt, the headquarters, was Eleusis, Austria was Egypt, etc., and dates were given in a sort of cryptography. In William T. Still's New World Order, he says that Thomas Jefferson strenuously defended the Illuminati and described Weishaupt as an enthusiastic philanthropist, and that's absolutely true, ladies and gentlemen. Thomas Jefferson himself was a member, which is not widely known. As Weishaupt lived under the tyranny of a despot and priests, he knew that caution was necessary even in spreading information and the principles of pure morality. This has given an air of mystery to his views, was the foundation of his banishment. If Weishaupt had written here, where no secrecy is necessary in our endeavors to render men wise and virtuous, he would not have thought of any secret machinery for the purpose. That is an exact quote from Thomas Jefferson. The Illuminati were finally beset by both internal and external disorders, for Weishaupt found fault with some of Nigi's ritualistic work and peremptorily ordered it changed, whereupon Nigi became disgusted and resigned in 1784. The Second, 1784. Many Illuminati being imprisoned, and some, including Weishaupt, being forced to flee the country. The Jesuits were not opposed to the Illuminati, ladies and gentlemen. They were the Illuminati. They were opposed to the mess that Weishaupt was making of the name of the order and his public exposition that the Illuminati not only existed, but had plans to remake the world. This made them very angry, for the first tenet of the Illuminati is to always remain in the background, behind the veil, never calling attention to themselves, never admitting the existence of the order, ever. And they are all under an oath, a blood oath, where they consent that if they break their vows of secrets or secrecy, they will be murdered in a most terrible manner. Many Illuminati were forced to flee the country, and of course found other orders, went into those orders, and eventually made themselves ready and known, and climbed up the pyramidal structure of initiation to once again take their place, and this time hold their tongue. Though the first edict had been obeyed, it was repeated in March and August 1785. Not only Illuminism, but Freemasonry was exterminated in Bavaria, and neither ever recovered its former position in that country to this day. The Illuminati seem to have completely disappeared everywhere by the end of the 18th century, and that is the way that they had always existed, and that is the way that they preferred it. That is their law, in fact, and was a normal consequence of watching what happened to Adam Weishaupt. The suppression of the Illuminati of Bavaria in 1785 created a tremendous furor whose echoes reached as far as New England, drawing George Washington out in support of the suspect American Freemasons. Of course, he was one. In fact, the Illuminati proved to be the unwilling occasion for the birth of modern conspiracy theory. Wildly exaggerated accounts of their supposed wickedness and of the imminent peril which they represented for society were published in a great epidemic of pamphlets. Their secrecy, their insistence on recruitment of important civil servants, their concealment of the true aims of the society from all but a few highly placed initiates, combined to make them into the boogeymen not only of the German conservatives but of a wider European public, and for good reason. 4 years later, when the French Revolution broke out, the mythical beliefs about the Illuminati of Bavaria were incorporated in a vaster and even wilder conspiracy theory, which found room also for the Templars. And folks, that was a quote from The Murdered Magicians, written by Peter Partner, somebody who did not do his research very well. Or maybe he did it only too well and did what was expected of him under the circumstances. What is today called the conspiracy theory was born in the flood tide of books, pamphlets, and articles denouncing the Illuminati and linking them to an ever-lengthening list of other supposed plotters. The scope of the accusations is reflected in the title of one anti-Illuminati book published in 1797 entitled Proofs of a Conspiracy Against All the Religions and Governments of Europe, carried out in the secret meetings of Freemasons, Illuminati, and reading societies, collected from good authorities. The 170-year-old Proofs of a Conspiracy was reissued in 1967 by the John Birch Society, which apparently considered the Illuminati a clear and present danger. And that's from Ancient Wisdom and Secret Sects. And you can obtain Proofs of a Conspiracy by Robeson and read it for yourself. He quotes directly from the Freemasonic and Illuminati publications like I do, and convicted them in their own words, ladies and gentlemen. He didn't make any of it up, and it's all true. Don't go away. I'll be right back. I need to get a little drink of water. One of the things that you'll notice when you research the Illuminati and the secret orders, when you're reading the books of others who have written about these orders and these people, is that they don't take them seriously at all. They refer to their rites of initiation and their ceremonies as mumbo-jumbo and the like. In fact, it is not. It is a very, very complicated secret religion based upon the journey of the soul. And it is the same religion that has existed throughout the history of humanity, practiced in the secret orders of all of the major societies of the world, in particular the upper or nobility class, the people who had knowledge and educations and ruled the countries of the world. And here's an example from Peter Partner in The Murdered Magicians. He's also the one who talks quite elaborately about conspiracy theories. The aristocratic mumbo-jumbo of the Templar lodges pandered to the confused conservatism of the German nobles and had a great deal in common with the mumbo-jumbo of the Rosicrucians, to whose ideas the Illuminati were absolutely opposed. The Bavarian Illuminati were an austere emanation of the spirit of the German professorate, inspired by a consciously bourgeois program, irreligious and radical. And here you can see that Peter Partner did not take Adam Weishaupt seriously either, who said that his order would exist under many different names and occupations, always appearing to oppose each other, but at the highest levels of these orders, they were of the same body and of the same mind. The ceremonies of the Illuminati were divided into three principal classes, and those into degrees as follows, as far as we have been able to determine. But remember, this is a secret order. There could be many, many more, and probably are. But this is what we were able to discover. It's what our Shand discovered. Anybody who researches the Illuminati will find the same thing. The first degree was the nursery, preparatory literary essay, novitiate, minerval, minor illuminatus, and magistratus are the degrees. In the nursery, there are 5 degrees. And in the second class, called symbolic Freemasonry, there are 4 degrees: the apprentice, the fellow craft, the master mason, and A, Scots Major Illuminatus, and B, Scots Illuminatus Dirigens or Directory. And in the third class, called the Mysteries, there are 2 degrees divided into sections. The first degree is the lesser, with holding A, presbyter priest or epopt, B, prince or regent, and the second degree is the greater, holding the magus, or B, the rex or king. Some of these latter degrees were never completed, they say. However, when I prowl the internet and I find people signing their name with Fraternitas Rex Mundi, ladies and gentlemen, I know that that is not a true statement. And that's from Coyle's Masonic Encyclopedia, by the way, if you'd like to look that up for yourself. Here is something that was sent to our Shand by Jeff Jorzak. And he says, status as a Mason was not required for initiation into the Order of Illuminati, since the 4th, 5th, and 6th degrees of Weishaupt and Baron von Nogi's system practically duplicated the 3 degrees of symbolic Freemasonry. Although Nagy claimed to have a system of 10 degrees, the last 2 appear never to have been fully worked up. Again, that's as far as we're able to find. In The Gods of Eden by William Bramley, which is questionable, highly questionable, any of the stuff that you read in there, although he did do some legitimate research into the secret societies, he claims that all of the secret societies are headed and guided by extraterrestrials from some other planet. And ladies and gentlemen, that just flat ain't true. But William Bramley says The Gods of Eden, openly political and anti-monarchical, Weishaupt's Illuminati formed another channel of higher degrees for Freemasons to graduate into after completing the blue degrees. Weishaupt's Illuminati had its own hidden master known as the Ancient Scots Superior. And you can find a link right to that place, ladies and gentlemen, on my website. And I don't mean William Bramley's Gods of Eden, I mean the Ancient Scots Superior. According to Archon Darul in secret societies, in the lower ranks, the nursery, the member was very much in the dark as to the way in which the order was run and how it should accomplish its design of freeing the world. As he progressed, however, he found that a part of his service to the society was to gain financial and social power and to place them at the disposal of the group. He was expected to be a diligent Mason and to try to gain control over Masonic funds. It was not until the 10th rite of promotion had been completed that the member was given, with the grade of priest, certain definite knowledge. This included the fact that the Illuminati were proposing to destroy princes and prelates throughout the world, and were to remove forever the feeling of local nationality from the minds of men. The ways in which this was to be done involved infiltrating high positions in education, administration, and the press. The very highest degrees showed that the rationalism and materialism of the thinkers who developed it were determined to stamp out all beliefs in religion, God, and any faith in a deity. The initiate was told were humans' inventions and had no real meaning. Subsequently, this was developed further, and the member who arrived at the highest position, that of Rex king, or king of the world, Rex Mundi, learned that he was now equal to a king, and that all men were capable of equal advancement. Hence the need for kings over ordinary mortals was an illusion. And folks, what I just read to you right there, I mean, if you look around it today, if you can't see the hand of the Illuminati at work, then you can't see. We'll follow the threads of conspiracy, if you will. After their recent exposures in Bavaria, the Illuminati had been driven even further underground, taking on a variety of names, such as the French Revolutionary Club. And as radicals flocked into these new varieties of Illuminism, a larger meeting hall was needed. The Hall of the Jacobins Convent was leased, and it was from this hall that they eventually derived their new name, the Jacobin Club. And the Jacobin Club was very active in the early days of the United States of America. The Jacobin Club met in secret and eventually boasted of having some of the best educated and most influential men in France among its 1,300 members. The Jacobins vowed to destroy the monarchy as well as other existing institutions and sought to establish what they called a new world order, or universal republic. That's what's coming, and these are the people who are bringing it. And they did destroy the monarchy, ladies and gentlemen, and they are at work in England right now to destroy that monarchy. And by golly, it won't be long until the House of Windsor falls. They can't even any longer handle their own family, much less a nation. And the Illuminati, in control of the press and the other institutions, are hammering at them constantly, all the time. And the people love their monarch, they say, but they hate the monarchy. How about that? The famous magician and occultist Cagliostro was initiated into the Illuminati in 1783. Many years later, he told Catholic priests about his initiation. The initiation took place in an underground room near Frankfurt, Germany. An iron box filled with papers was opened. The introducers took from it a manuscript book, which on the first page read, "We, Grand Masters of the Templars." Then followed a form of oath traced in blood. The book stated that Illuminism was a conspiracy directed against thrones and altars, and that the first blows were to attain France, and that after the fall of the French monarchy, Rome must be attacked. By March 1789, the 266 lodges controlled by the French Grand Orient were all Illuminized, without knowing it. For the Freemasons in general were not told the name of the sect that brought them these mysteries, and only a very small number were really initiated into the secret, those at the highest of the pyramidal structure of initiation. And in the following month, the revolution broke out. That from Nesta H. Webster's Secret Societies and Subversive Movements. Cagliostro was the agent of the Templars, and therefore wrote to the Freemasons of London that the time had come to begin the work of rebuilding the Temple of the Eternal. He had introduced into Masonry a new rite called the Egyptian, and endeavored to resuscitate the mysterious worship of Isis. The three letters I.P.D. on his seal were the initials of the word Lilia Pedibus Destru, tread underfoot the lilies. And of course, the lilies were the representation of France. And a Masonic medal of the 16th or 17th century has upon it a sword cutting off the stalk of a lily, and the words Talum Dabit Altio Messum. And that translates, "Such harvest revenge will give," and you can find that in Morals and Dogma by General Albert Pike. In The Assassins, Holy Killers of Islam by Edward Berman, I quote, in his memoirs pour survivre l'histoire du Jacobinisme, published in 3 volumes from 1797 to 1798, Barruel, a Jesuit scholar, derived all evils from the Mani and the Manicheans and demonstrated the existence of a continuous historical conspiracy. From Peter Partner and the Murdered Magicians, the Templars and their myth, In the mines of Barul and Cadet de Gassecourt, Le Tombeau de Jacques de Molay, there was an invincible belief in a continuous historical conspiracy through which anarchist beliefs had passed from the medieval heretics in the west and the assassins in the east to the Templars, and thence through the 4 Templar lodges which were set up after the death of Jacques de Molay, that's Jacques de Molay, in 1314. And it is absolutely true. My research has not only found that to be true, but I have traced it from the beginning of the written and oral history of the human race right up to the present time, and I have revealed that history and that research to you on this broadcast, giving you sources and documentation for every single bit of it, which many of you have duplicated the research now and have found that every single word of it is true. Edward Berman in The Assassins, Holy Killers of Islam, said all revolutionaries and murderers since then had been part of a single Templar society, including Cromwell, the murderer of Henry IV of France, conspirators in Portugal, Brazil, and Sweden, and of course Robespierre and Danton. David Conway in Ritual Magic said, Elibas Levi claimed that the French Revolution represented the Templars' revenge for the persecution they had suffered in the 13th century. And that also is true, ladies and gentlemen. A lodge inaugurated under the auspices of Rousseau, the fanatic of Geneva, became the center of the revolutionary movement in France, and a prince of the blood royal went thither to swear the destruction of the successors of Philippe le Bel on the tomb Jacques de Molay. The registers of the Order of Templars attest that the regent, the Duc d'Orléans, was Grand Master of that formidable secret society, and that his successors were the Duc de Maine, the Prince of Bourbon-Condé, and the Duc de Cross-Brissac. It was impossible to unfold to the people the conspiracy of the Templars against the thrones and the tiara, for to do so would have been to initiate the multitude into the secrets of the masters and to have uplifted the veil of Isis. When Louis XVI was executed, half the work was done, and thenceforth the army of the Temple was to direct all its efforts against the Pope. You'll find that written by General Albert Pike in Morals and Dogma, and he should know, because he were one, as Pogo would say. In the spring and summer of 1789, an artificial shortage of grain was created by illuminist manipulations of the grain market. This produced a famine so intense that it brought the nation to the edge of revolt. One of the leading figures in this scheme was the Duc d'Orléans, the Grand Master of the Grand Orient Lodges. The Illuminists claimed that their revolution would be for the benefit of the bourgeoisie, with the people as instruments. But in reality, the conspirators held up the food supplies and blocked all reforms in the National Assembly to exacerbate the situation, and the populace starved. By July 14th, the Bastille was stormed, from which a grand total of only 7 prisoners were liberated, because that's all there was in there. Even French historians now acknowledge that the purpose of the revolutionaries was not to destroy the Bastille or liberate the prisoners, but to steal arms and gunpowder. And thus armed, on July 22nd, 1789, the Jacobins set into motion one of the most elaborately timed revolutionary exercises ever attempted, and it would later be known as the Great Fear or the Great Terror. A panic was created simultaneously around the nation of France. Horsemen rode from town to town, telling the citizens that brigands were approaching and that everyone should take up arms. Citizens were instructed that the conspirators were being harbored in the larger estates, the chateau, and that by edict of the king all should be torched. The people, obedient to their monarch, complied. Soon the flames of destruction were soon burning out of control. Anarchy continued to grow as citizens began raiding and pillaging, and not only for food. With the overthrow of the monarchy in 1792, from the 10th of August onwards, we find the tricolor replaced by the red flag of the social revolution, whilst the cry of Vive Notre Roi d'Orléans gives way to the Masonic watchword, liberty, equality, fraternity. Terror was rampant in the streets of Paris. In November 1793, a campaign against religion was inaugurated by a massacre of the priests all over France. In the cemeteries, the cherished motto of the Illuminati, "Death is an eternal sleep," was posted by the order of the Illuminatus. Anaxagoras, Chaumet. In the churches of Paris, feasts of reason were celebrated, where women of easy morals were enthroned as goddesses. These were also known as exoterion, and were modeled on Weishaupt's plan to honor the god of love. In 1791, after returning to the United States from a 3-year stint as minister to France, Thomas Jefferson described the carnage as so beautiful a revolution, and stated that he hoped it would sweep the world. He claimed to believe that most Frenchmen were Jacobins. Their excesses, if one called them such, reflected that national will. By 1793, much of France lay in ruin. Industries were decimated, libraries burned, the bourgeoisie all but wiped out. Even the great chemist Lavoisier had been guillotined on the excuse that the Republic has no need of chemists. The fact is, every priest, every educated man, every professor, every scientist in France was guillotined. And that's what they're going to do when they get this New World Order for all of you stupid intellectuals who think that you're somehow going to be elevated to some superior position in the new society. What fools you are. You have not studied the history of these people. And so, those who will not study history are doomed to repeat it. Toward the end of 1793, the new revolutionary republic found itself faced with hundreds of thousands of working men for whom it could not find employment. The revolutionary leaders embarked upon a fearful new project that was to be copied by tyrants ever after, called population control or depopulation. You ever heard of that before, folks? Read Global 2000, the President's report on population. The idea was to reduce France's population of 25 million down to either 8 or 16 million, depending upon which source you believe. Maximilien Robespierre believed the population to be indispensable. The system of the terror was thus the answer to the problem of unemployment. Unemployment brought about on a vast scale by the destruction of the luxury trades. And that gave them an excuse to kill all these people because they were what were known as useless eaters. Heard that term before? In France, members of the revolutionary committees in charge of the extermination toiled literally day and night over maps, calculating just how many heads must be sacrificed in each town. Fearful revolutionary tribunals tried to determine who would be killed, and a never-ending stream of victims marched to a variety of deaths. In Nantes, 500 children were killed in one butchery, and 144 poor women who sewed shirts for the army were thrown into the river. Estimates of the final death toll at the time ran around 300,000. Thomas Jefferson said, quote, "I have seen half the earth desolated. Were there but an Adam and Eve left in every country, and left free, it would be better than it now is. The liberty of the whole earth was depending on the issue of the contest." End quote. And Thomas Jefferson, ladies and gentlemen, was most definitely a member of the Illuminati. Good night, folks. And God bless you all.